Welcome aboard, everybody. We are back. We are back. And we are ready. I mean, Talk Like a Pirate Day was yesterday. Yar! Yar. I had a lot of fun. My husband did not, but that's okay. And we are now on episode 8, chapter 8. Episode 8 of book 2 of By Leaps and Bounties. This is called Not So Common. Well, we are heading to the Summation Commonwealth that we are playing 7th Sea 2nd Edition, brought to you by Rook and Rams. This actual play. The game is brought to you by Chaosium, and we are going to go ahead and introduce ourselves. I'm Danny. I am the storyteller. I am the one that's somewhat responsible for everything going on. Somewhat. One fifth of the responsibility. But I play everybody else, and I much enjoy it. So let's go ahead, and we will start with John. John, go ahead and introduce yourself first.
Hi, everyone. My name is John, and I play Gianni Messina, the Dachiroku. Out of here.
I'm done.
All right. Excellent. Rue, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rue Thompson. I play Ace McYanson, the crew's gunslinger from the Highland Marches, which accent I have stopped trying to do, for the love of God. So.
Been around us too long. You're losing it.
I liked your accent.
I can try again. It's just it's inconsistent. So Ace is just
only if you want to. I'm just saying.
Ace is a smattering of people. You can just assume that she's speaking either Vesson, Highland, or Avalonian, or Roxanne's American. I'm just gonna make her Southern one of these days. We're just going.
Oh, we're just gonna go full Kansas, are we?
There you go.
I'm not from Kansas, bitch. I'm from Missouri.
I know this, but
we
close enough.
Started the game and we got conflict over on in here. We haven't started yet.
In there.
Ella, why don't you go ahead and introduce that? We will
say something
let
useful.
Y'all settle that outside the stream. Woo! Wow.
I'm Ala. And I play Nanette Prévert, our Montaigne noble, who is trying to be a better person and probably not succeeding. But we'll see where that goes.
And Michael.
Hi, I'm Michael, and I play Andreas, who is the Sarmatian Commonwealth duelist sorcerer, and also technically a noble.
Yeah, technically.
It means nothing!
It means everything. My vote actually matters.
You guys get to vote?
Oh, yeah.
You guys get to vote. Gosh.
What the fuck is voting?
What? Can't have that. God. And of course, Andreas has his ever-present friend over the shoulder there, looking lovely as always. Freshly braided hair, courtesy of Nanette.
Oh yeah, we
do.
We need variants. We need braided variants.
Fine.
Somebody tell the artists to get on that.
All right. Given that chaotic beginning, we're going to go ahead and get started. And last time, let's just go brief last time, there was a Kraken. I don't think I have much else to say about that. There was a Kraken. And the Kraken got handled. De-handed, I guess, technically. De-tentacled?
Detentacled.
But it also handled us pretty aggressively, too.
It did. It kind of really tried to eat our ass.
It was a bad touch. Yeah. Normally into that, but not this time.
Yeah.
It was not consensual.
Only with consent.
Yeah, non-consensual. Bad touch. Anyway, the chaos is not getting any less, folks, I guess, despite me trying to start and have some dignity. It's not happening. So, we're just going to zoom in on our book 2, dark leather, much darker leather, closer to black, dark brown. says "Buy Leaps and Bounties" embossed upon it. One corner, each corner has, of course, the little oval portrait shapes, of course. In this corner, we have a bunch of what looks like threads going back and forth. This one over here, we have an outline, a silhouette, rather, that you can see behind Michael's shoulder. Silhouette. Below that, we have what looks like half of a compass or a wheel, looks like half of it in the portrait. And in the fourth, we have what looks like drops of blood coming from the top of the oval. Book opens, and we flash by all the chapters we've done before. And we chapter 8, Not So Common Wealth. And below it, we have, of course, our picture, black and white. Below it, we have a quote, and it's very short. It just says, "There's no place like home, Dorothy, Wizard of Oz." And we see the picture, and it is a outline of a shore. Like looking from out in the ocean to the shore, we see an outline of a city of some kind. Much different building shapes than we have previously seen before when we've sailed into places. We are now getting over into more of the eastern, heading east from Thea, and kind of heading on to the eastern portion of that portion. So the landscape is a bit different, and the weather's a bit different, and the outlines of the cities and habitations on the shore are a bit different looking. We zoom in on the picture. It bleeds color into it. The kind of gray of the ocean. It's not like a blue like the Caribbean or anything like that. It's that kind of dark color the ocean gets, and breeze, and we hear the sounds of the water slapping on the ship, and we see hear faint noises coming from the shore, and we hear also people shouting much closer, and we smell the ocean, and it starts moving, and we go into the picture, and we find, once we are fully engrossed in our picture, we find our 4 heroes. We are preparing to land, to dock in Phoenix Shoal, which is the southernmost tip of the Sarmatian Commonwealth. If you look in between Bodachi and the Commonwealth, it is there. In the corner. I can see Michael looking to see where we're at. So everybody will probably be, it is day. You have timed it so that you are getting there relatively early morning. There were hours, maybe 9, 10 in the morning, docking into the Sarmatian Commonwealth. And what is everybody doing to prepare? We can also go into what if anybody wants to have some conversations before you dock, or want to address anything you might want to make sure your character is done while you are sailing to the Sarmatian Commonwealth. You can certainly add that on into it. Let's start with Ala this time. I usually start with Nanette last, but I think we're gonna do Ala first. Go with Nanette first this time.
Okay, no no pressure or anything. Well,
Somebody's gotta do it,
somebody has to do it, and it's all right. I'm very, very ready to unload emotional garbage. So let's just get ready to get into shore. Nanette's really just going to be prioritizing, making sure we have all of the supplies we need. She's got a itemized list of everything that needs to happen. Hopefully, largely from querying all the sailors and more experienced people on the ship just to make sure we've got what we need, like, ready to go, that we can buy it and get everything done as fast as humanly possible, because we're on a tight schedule and this is gonna take us out of things.
Mm-hmm.
But while we were
Indeed.
sailing, Gianni, do you have a second?
Okay.
I mean, in private?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
You've
Okay.
got those. Have you unwound the fate lines of your knife? Of
Well,
every.
I haven't mentioned that to GM yet, so I'm gonna say no. It's probably something I've been working on. So, GM, you got a feeling on that?
Has Gianni been working on it?
It was a goal that we were going to try and unwind them all. You know,
Okay.
But it,
Has he been working on that while y'all have been sailing? Okay.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You're probably, I'm going to say it's been a while and it's a long, extremely delicate process. You're probably about maybe halfway through doing that at this point.
This may have been a conversation she had earlier with him as well. I just I didn't think about it until recently, so didn't do an aside. But yeah, I don't know how to ask this. Does one of those strings, by any chance, lead to here? And she lifts the back of her hair, and there is a bloody, like, fingerprint at the base of her skull.
I take a look.
Fate line?
Mm-hmm.
Not one from the knife. I mean, there's a fate line attached to it. It's organic,
not from the knife.
It's not attached to the knife. Right.
It's its own
That's what you see,
line.
Gianni. I mean, yeah.
Is this from somebody specific?
Yes. I just wanted to check something, but
You
okay.
wanted to know if it was attached to a dagger as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a moment there, I was worried that the things from the other side, you were
Oh.
worried about them having a hand on you or something.
Oh, I mean, they definitely do.
But,
That's a conversation we need to have another time. Probably when I'm far less sober, because it is difficult. But just
I understand. No, I was...
just wanted to make sure.
Everything to some extent has a fate line. Like, if there is a fate line, a fate, an interaction that I will one day have with somebody or something, that line leads to me. But you could have an interaction with that person as well, and it leads to them. You might have your own separate fate lines. We all do. It's what creates the web. So, really, there's no way you should have a line from you to this dagger.
What? Don't worry about it then. I'm probably just worried over nothing. It's no big deal, and it might be how they're tracking us.
Oh, no. That's
That's not it. You're sure, Gianni. That's definitely not it.
Oh well.
No, it's unfortunately not.
Never mind. We can just disregard this entire conversation. Everything is fine. I'm just gonna go.
No, because I'm pretty sure the line that they hit, that is something that I know, right, Danny? That was like the last thing, the last show.
Yeah, you found a line that was hidden. Yeah,
Nice.
from you out there. Yeah, a line you'd never seen before.
That is a hidden line to me. I have no idea how they did it. I have never heard hiding lines.
Well, he is your brother. He's somehow unique in just as many ways as you are.
It's scary, and the only reason I haven't cut it or tried to undo it would be because I can't even imagine the ramifications of cutting the fate to a family member. I cannot even begin to imagine what might happen. I mean, I would almost think that it would retie itself. And that'd be something to see.
While that sounds fascinating, last time we messed with any sort of magic, especially Sorte, it was, well, explosive? So maybe we
Yeah.
don't try that anywhere around other people, but it does sound very interesting. Perhaps it's something you can learn to do as well.
The hiding part, maybe. The hiding part could be interesting. But, I'm pretty sure I'm what he's looking for. Or at least using the track.
Alright, well, we can just forget we had this conversation entirely, and please don't tell Ace we're just back on speaking terms, okay?
Okay?
We
What's
had
that?
we had a bit of a fight in Labuka, but we are better now. It's just
Okay. Okay.
thank you for reassuring me.
Reassuring you of what?
D-
That you
uh,
are not the one being tracked?
Well, yes, but
Or that
no.
the fact that you and you and Ace had a fight?
We're better now. I
I
think
sure hope so.
we're we talked it out, but
That's why we're not
It's-
disclosing
yeah.
the mark.
Yeah.
This is why
Gianni, you
we-
would
that's- this
definitely
is why
know
we
what that
trust.
is. By the way, like Gianni, when you saw the little, I mean, you know what that is. You've seen her do it before, so you know that's a mark of some kind on her.
Yeah.
So whether what Gianni wants to do with that information, I don't know, but that's something that he knows.
I will.
Who Nanette lets, touch her is up to her.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Unless it
Consent is
brings
important.
the ship into direct peril.
I've already taken some precautions. I have an extra contingent of Marines just in case. Just
I'm not there. I don't know about that. Was a
oh
rough
no, I
sentence.
know. I'm just telling Gianni.
Well, I'm trying to understand here. You are saying that they are. I mean, they're tracking me, so I guess
Yes.
that means they're tracking you. Is what you're worried
Yes.
about?
Well, yeah, I didn't know they were tracking you until just this moment. I thought they were
I'm still
tracking
trying
me.
to wrap my mind around that because I don't understand what that means at all. I'm sorry, I have so many things going through my head about possibilities one could try to do a sort in.
I'm actually terrified, but I'm very curious. And if
Well, imagine the storm. And
Yes.
the way it might have been looped around the line. Like, have you ever seen like somebody slide like anything down a string?
yes,
Essentially the same idea. Maybe that's how the storm found us, is that he tied it off to that string and sent it up my way.
it was eerily accurate.
Yeah. But that
Well-
means... Wouldn't that mean that he knew who I was all the way back at Mabuka?
Maybe even sooner.
I have a terrible poker face.
You do.
Terrible.
It's terrible.
Terrible poker face.
I mean,
Very aware.
Yeah,
I'm just
playing out my
reading.
oblivious. It's taken a month for me to figure this out.
did you not come into close
I will
contact with
point
him?
out now you remember, Gianni, that Ace told you that Silent Death was very interested in meeting you when she met him back in Labuka. That was a thing that happened. And she was very, very confused about that.
I mean, you were very close to him at one point during the sinking of the Utrecht. Perhaps he
Oh,
noticed
yes.
then.
Maybe that's what it is.
Or
I
maybe
don't know.
maybe it's always been there. He just hid it when he noticed it. I mean, I don't know how your magic works. I'm just
Why do you need to
speculating.
tell
It's
the rest of
fascinating.
everybody this? Because at this point, I think I need to tell everybody this.
Yes, yes, we should tell everyone.
Okay.
That sounded painful.
I go get Ace and Andreas.
I was in the middle of having a chat. What? Is everything okay? I was fixing to
I
go
don't
to
think
bed.
No, I think I may have finally put some pieces together.
Are you working on our jigsaw puzzle without me?
No.
You have a jigsaw puzzle?
That's what I'm wondering. Where?
What else are you gonna do on ships? I mean,
I've been trying. Johnny gets
It
a
makes
little
a fast
tired of.
surface for the maps.
He gets a little tired of doing, just playing Sweet Jenny, and I haven't really felt it necessary to have a reading. So last time we were in port at Labuka, I picked up a small jigsaw puzzle, only like 400 pieces, but yeah, it fits real nice. There's a large ink blotter on the navigation desk, and we just put it under there.
Don't tell Kay.
run for it.
Keg knows. I cleared it with him. It's fine. Keg is a good-
Everybody knows, but we do.
I didn't
That's
think. I
why
thought this
there
would
was
be.
a-
I thought this was. I just didn't think this would be something you'd enjoy. I'm sorry.
Love
That's
solving
why that
things.
was locked down. I was curious.
Well, that's not what's important.
Okay,
Uh,
I liked it.
I
But
feel like
fine.
there's more to unpack here with this whole puzzle situation, but
there's a lot to back with everything, don't you think so?
I've been
Annette?
trying to bond
No.
with the crew. That's all.
Okay. I think I finally figured out everything. Well, at least
Everything.
okay.
okay, that's a very large statement.
Let me get comfortable, eh? So
Ugh.
I'm gonna sit down. If there's not a free
And
chair,
maybe
I'm
a
gonna sit
drink.
on the ground,
Maybe
crisscross
grab a
applesauce.
too.
I'm trying to get. I will try to say this quickly, but it will probably make everybody mad. So be prepared. When, after the whole thing with the Kraken, we know about the Fate Knights, and that he's doing things I cannot figure out and understand.
Right.
But I'm hoping to. It looks like he has found a way to hide Fate Lights.
That's interesting.
I have no idea. But I found one that's attached to me that I've never seen before.
Okay.
It was only the most hard thing I've done. Like, the most difficult things that I do within Sorte, seeing this was just as difficult. He hit it very well. I think you have to be fairly close to use Sorte on someone else. I think he figured all this out and maybe who I am back on Utrecht.
When did you cross paths with him that he would have been able to do that?
I used the fate lines to pull him off the ship. I reached out with the fate lines and I yanked him.
Right, but could he have just attached one to you at that point?
No, but he would have known who I was
Okay.
because we're the same blood. He can do the same thing.
Right. I'm still trying to. So, Okay, I don't understand fate lines. Like, do you attach them, or do they just attach themselves? Like, once he understood, did that create a fate line between you? Has there always been a fate line between you, and he saw it and was able to disguise it so you couldn't recognize it? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Was probably always a fate line between us. There probably always was. I just didn't. There's no way for me to really decode much about them
Sure.
without the person being right in front of me.
Sure.
I didn't think anybody else had the ability, and well, looks like he did. So, it's possible that he hit the fate line between us, but at the same time, it's possible he could have said, "Hey, I'm going to throw a loop over you to mark you, to know that someday I'm going to run into you again." And I just didn't know it. I have no idea. I'm going to figure this out though.
Okay, another question. Could the rest of us have hidden fate lines?
I'm going to check. But ultimately, what I'm trying to say is, I think he anchored that storm as well to that line and used that as a way to target us.
Well,
Kind of like, you've ever seen somebody just tie off a ring onto a piece of string and then.
well, what do we do about it? Do we just deal with it? Do we just deal with it?
Unfortunately, I think we don't have much we can do because I think messing with hit lines hurts. A line that is that powerful maybe could kill us both. I don't know. To sever the fate, that is something.
Well, then we don't sever it. That's all there is.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna ask that you do something that might kill you.
There's got to be another way.
Well, I mean, Gianni, of course, you've probably made the connection that now that you see it, you can certainly use that fate line yourself now. So, for whatever you wanted to do.
Right. Ace would definitely say something like, "Well, I mean, anything he can do, you can do, yeah."
Yeah, and I actually have a crazy idea based off of what I most recently did.
What you most recently did with the
Well,
dagger?
More with the cup.
Oh, yeah.
What if I tied off the line to something else? And I maintained my link to it, but the line had a go-between,
A node.
a decoy. Something that line runs to between the two of us. Anyway,
What would
just
you?
thinking.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, that sounds
I mean,
great.
much like you did with the dagger is what you're talking about, right?
Right.
Just so I clarify as
Yeah.
a GM. Like, you would take the line between you and Silent Death, and you would tie it to something so that there was kind of an intermediary, and you could still keep track of it, but that thing would stay wherever it is.
Exactly.
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Mhm.
So,
Okay.
if you do that, what kind of thing are you thinking about tying it to? Are you looking for it to be something mobile that we can take with us, or are you looking
Oh,
for
no.
something that would be stationed, like?
A landmass.
Wouldn't
Some
you know
really-
that is a decoy, though? Very
So-
quickly.
Davis is over there like, you could tie it to a rock, throw it in the ocean, and hope he drowns himself. What?
No, I was thinking.
I mean, not a bad idea, Dave. That's the first one I've heard in a while that I really liked.
Unfortunately, that happened to me too.
Don't give them too much credit; it'll go to their head.
Well, yeah.
I was thinking more landmark. A doorknob.
Tying it to something in the town we get our repairs in, even if we get them done in a day. If he keeps sensing it in the same town, it would just seem like the repairs were going on longer than we expected.
I am not going to tie it off to another person.
I never said a person.
I'm not going to tie off to a ship either.
What about
I'm
the
not
dock?
going to put another person at risk for me.
But wouldn't tying it off to a location also potentially put it at risk if he sends the stone?
Yeah.
Well, if
I
he's
mean,
if
it
he sends a
would.
stone, it would. I mean, how nodes work, it would hit this location first and then go to you.
Kind of.
Well, could we find some like atoll or something out in the middle of nowhere?
Oh,
we
that
could link
work
it
would
to?
have been great for that.
It would have been, but we didn't know that then. I mean, I guess we go back someday.
I
Just
can
to-
tell you where it is, but it seems far out of the way.
Just sharing that as an idea.
I don't think it's a bad idea, Gianni. I think we.
And because I've been trying to figure this out.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
Why?
It's
What you
I
did?
should've probably
This
told
was
you all
like
this
this.
earlier.
You. Why? You just learned, Gianni. Out of all the things that you have done since in the short amount of time that I've known you, this is the one that you have least the amount of fault for. So there's no there's no need for you to be sorry. I think here's the deal, the way I see it, and you all are free to disagree. We've been dealing with silent death storms fairly okay. I mean, we've not died yet. We haven't lost anybody unless we lost some last week. I don't remember. We've come out. I mean, it sucks, but we've come out all right. I say we keep the line where it is until we find the right place to tie it off to, because I do think, I believe Nanette did say, if it stops moving, it's going to raise questions. And even if it does imply that we're in dry dock longer than perhaps would make sense, I still think we're inviting more storms if it doesn't move, if that makes sense. Or something else. We don't know what else he can figure out to send down the line. We just
He's
know
already sent 2 storms, and well, I think he's going to get frustrated that they haven't worked as intended.
That's right, and they were far enough apart that the idea. I mean, I'm gonna go out on a limb, and this may be bullshit, but when I had the bracer on, it took a lot out of me to be used, a lot. Now I don't have the people batteries that he does. I don't have both of them and things like that, and I don't have the bloodline for it, but I remember getting the feeling that it was taking a lot out of him as well to find the other bracer. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that we have a little time before he can send another one. So my goal would be, let's get done what we need to get done here and get back out there and find him before he has enough strength regained to be able to do this again in a city. Honestly, if it finds us out in the ocean again, we'll deal with it. The ship is equipped. We can make sure that the ship is better equipped for storms. The crew has been through one together now. We know what we need to do. Let's just
Get
see
some
what...
ropes for Pip and Squeak so they don't try to crawl.
Leashes.
out.
They're called leashes, Danny.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's what they're getting.
Yeah. So... But that's my idea, Captain. I don't know how you feel about it, but that's what I suggest.
I agree. I'd rather have it hit us than someone who did not know it was coming, especially with the storms he's thrown at us. Can you, Keg, and the boatswain start looking at ways to, I guess, better prepare the ship for stormy weather? Since I'm just assuming we're going to get hit more, and if nothing else, we are definitely going to end up in one when we get close to him.
Well, yeah, as what...
And Rue, Ace knows that the Utrecht, they went into some rough frickin' waters. So you know at least the Utrecht crew that are on the ship right now
are familiar
have
with.
that knowledge. Yeah,
Okay.
because you guys went up north and, you know, like all of that. So you know at least the Utrecht crew would
Okay.
know that and like how to do that.
Well, and is
That's
what
for
I'll
sure.
probably do, Captain, is make sure that the older salts can start training some of the younger crew, even the Montaigne crew that maybe haven't served more recently, and get them at least in a place, and then we can look, Nanette, when we get into dock, if we need to reinforce certain areas of the ship or have storm sails and things like that ready.
Well, considering the hull damage, I think it would be good to reinforce anyway, just in case we see any
Yeah,
other sea monsters.
I'm hopeful we don't see very many more, but yeah, no, it wouldn't be a bad idea. But we can reinforce against, some things and try to, especially knowing where we took damage the last time, where we might need to focus our attentions.
So if you can give me an approximate item, I guess, components, whatever you need, I can go ahead and budget for that, both
Okay.
space and coin-wise.
Sounds good. Keg and I will get on that as soon as we're done here.
From everything I've read, no one likes it, but we're probably going to have to do a few watches where everyone does everything tied to lifelines
Okay.
to get people used to it, so that
That's
we are
fine.
completely functional.
Nope, I'm
I
good with
think
that.
the crew knows what we're dealing with at this point, and I can't imagine they would not want to practice
The
it.
only ones that I can think that would not might be Leon and his people, but it's either that or they get tentacled out.
Above the table is someone who used to do shit tons of drills. It doesn't matter how much you see them coming. They still suck.
Yeah.
I'm sure we can convince them one way or another. But
is-
this is for their own good.
Yep.
And if we must grease their wheels, as it were, we can do that as well.
Your palms?
Yes.
I mean, what you would like to do with Leon and his crew is totally up to you. I just, the
Well, if all
euphemism,
goes
the,
according to plan.
the idiom was lost on me for a moment. I thought.
If
Rather
all goes
than
according to plan, I'm single in, a week. So, maybe.
Congratulations.
Nanette be
Perhaps-
like, have you met my friend Cold Hard Cash?
actually, perhaps rather than a monetary one, talk to the chef or talk to our chef about potentially
Extra
preparing some
rations.
nicer meals after.
We don't have the resources for nicer rations at the moment. We're already stretched in.
This will happen after we pull.
Is,
See what
is
we can do.
that is that all you had for us, Gianni? Look, nobody got mad. It's fine. I told you this is not your fault. How were you supposed to? I mean, I've known you long enough, Gianni, and we've had enough conversations that I feel like while you have a handle on the parts of Sorte that you deal with the most, there are some things that you don't know and that you're going to have to learn to. Well, at least there's some things that you don't know that we're going to have to at least know something about to deal with your brother. So I'm just saying, nobody's going to be mad at you for that.
I really don't want to learn the curses.
The what?
Curses.
Well, then don't learn the.
There
Sorry,
must
I'm
be
trying
some-
to be. I'm trying to be
I
nice.
know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Any other?
Did anybody else have anything they wanted to share? I need to go talk to Cake.
Now's the time.
Yeah.
All right,
not to go through-
everybody take a hero point for that. Actually, I want everybody to take a hero point for that conversation because y'all put some crap together. I was so pleased. I was so pleased. Gianni put a whole bunch of crap together, so I'm just gonna go ahead because I believe in rewarding that. Put together that Silent Death must have known who you were way, way before. The fact that he was using this line to track the storms. I mean, I'm just going to confirm it because, I mean, those are things that have been hanging around for a while. The fact that Ace was like, we should prepare for the storm since we know they're coming and all of that. And, like, good move on that. Just expect it and just prepare for it. I love that. So, all of those things. Everybody gets a hero point for that. So, awesome. Awesome, awesome. All right. So, Nanette we had this conversation. What else is Nanette doing in the in-between time?
I think this is probably sufficient.
All right. Gianni, was there anything in particular Gianni was doing outside of this conversation that you wanted to take care of before you make landfall?
Only that up until now, he's been doing a lot of practicing with Sorte, trying to figure out weird things to do with it. So,
Nice. Nice. Michael, is Andreas what Andreas is other than captaining, I guess? Is he doing anything in particular outside of that?
Andreas is probably doing a lot more sword practicing than he was doing for most of the journey. He's mostly been like reading books, learning how to captain, that kind of stuff. But after conversations he had with like Ace and that kind of stuff, he's been practicing his swordplay much more. And when he's doing drills with the net, he actually doesn't bring out his normal saber. Instead, he brings out two razor sharp blades, and they get to then do blade control drills on moving water, where they basically tag by cutting small pieces of each other's like arms and that stuff, the cloth, without once touching the skin.
That's pretty hefty.
Oh yeah, no, they are.
There's a lot of blood on the deck, basically, is what he's saying.
Andreas, Nanette, 0 wounds. Andreas, ow.
It's fine, you can stab me.
Ace.
That's not the point.
Yeah, the point is not to draw blood. Ace is first mating, I'm assuming.
I am.
Well.
I am the first mate of everyone on the ship. Yes. I am definitely just sailing and keeping to myself and working on a lovely jigsaw puzzle of the Labukan sunset with Gianni.
Nice.
After dinner.
Nice.
Before I go to bed.
Nice. Okay. Cool. So as for how the ship itself and everybody else is doing, the crews actually seem to be like getting along pretty well now. You know, they've had a little bit to work together, and through y'all's efforts have come to like appreciate the different things that everybody brings to the table. Introducing each other's to new things. Keg tries escargot for the first time, and Guillaume tries best in beer for the first time. And, you know, it's just a hearty, you know, it's just, you know, introducing each other to two. Yeah.
No rousing speeches required.
Well, you know, they figure they're in it. You know, people know what's practical and can respect competency when they see it. So, that's how that works. The mercenaries, the army people, Leon and his crew are, they're still kind of, I mean, they're just not talkative people, you know, I mean, you know, but they're friendly enough. I mean, they're not mean to everybody. They're just quiet. They're just, you know, you catch Leon a lot of times on deck, you know, sharpening blades or doing drills or, you know, talking quietly. If he can get away with one word answers, he will, you know, yes, no, you know, blah, 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 all of that. As for Pip and Squeak, they have been delighted with their acquirement of the sucker of the Kraken, and it is now their most prized possession. And everybody on the ship has probably been shown it at least twice, if not more, by this point, or told about it. And you know, and so they're thrilled with that. At one point, I'm sure since Nanette usually talks to them the most, at some point, Nanette discovers that they have another little stash like they had on the other ship that they had found on the Cardinals ship that they created themselves to put little treasures in. But they're not carpenters, so she found it pretty easily because they weren't very good at making little hidden things like the Cardinals people were. So, you know, it's you know, all of that. Charles and Tomas are often seen, you know, walking around together. Charles reading, Tomas, you know, they're talking to each other, stuff like that. Thomas desperately trying to get Charles to try different clothes and stuff like that, trying to get him to wear some of his stuff, And Nanette probably even heard Thomas say something, walking by their room, Thomas saying something like, but this color looks so good on you, Charlie. Something like that. They're basically sickening. Basically.
Somebody has to be.
Somebody has to be wholesome.
Yeah. All right. So with that being said, yeah, y'all pull in to Fennec Stowe. It is, like I said, the southernmost tip of the Sarmatian Commonwealth. We are basically talking about, in terms of like a map, we're talking like Poland area, like type of culture.
This
That
Lithuanian Commonwealth from back in the past.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're talking about that type of basis for the culture. I know Gianni and everyone pretty much speaks like a common language. I know that they have it in the group, but I'm just repeating it because I know I said that, but I'm repeating it for the viewers that I always believe that you should just have something that everybody speaks along with their own language because it just makes things easier. So everybody can speak a basic, but most of the people, when you're pulling in, you hear Sarmatian, you hear the language of Andreas's people, which I think only Gianni and Andreas understand, having linguist skills.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you guys pull in. It's a small. It's not tiny, but it's not Charouse. It's a pretty, because it's out there. It's like right on the tip before you get into like the Sarmatian Commonwealth proper. So it's a dock town. It's a seaport town. And it's it's not teeny tiny. It's bigger than Labuka itself. But, it's not as big as, like, Charouse or a major city or anything like that. All right. So, yeah, how are we handling pulling in with the Belladonna? How are we handling that?
Oh, well, yeah, I assume Keg and I will be out there directing things as best as possible. So I
Great.
don't. Do you want us to make a sailing roll to pull into port?
No.
Damn.
I was basically wanting to see if y'all. If you really want to.
Are we flying any flags in particular?
Oh yeah, true.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Like, I was
Okay.
trying to get at. Like, do you guys do anything? How are you guys going to present yourselves when you get to port?
Do we have a collection of flags? Like, did the good count throw a collection of flags?
I don't think he did,
Or-
but if
It
Nanette
wasn't
Actually-
intended.
picked
She's
one
a
up-
smuggler queen. Can I burn a
Oh.
hero point for her to have a collection of flags for every nation?
Who?
the ship. The
The
ship.
Belladonna
has
is a
the background.
smuggler queen. Can I have a? Can I burn a hero point for her to have a collection of flags from every nation?
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. You have a collection of flags.
Andreas
that
would.
you were made or acquired in Labuka or whatever, which is something you could find on Labuka because people going in and out.
Everybody's there.
Yeah, everybody has them, so you could have easily gotten that before you left.
Andreas would proudly fly the Sarmatian flag. He is Sarmatian.
On a very montane-looking ship. Awesome.
Choices were made.
Sweet.
Well, the Inquisition sails on Vidachi ship, so
I know. I'm just saying. I just,
And we are
pitching.
in
I'm
the
not saying it's a bad thing.
yeah.
we are in the Kiron side of Sarmatia, which is very pagan, which is very nice.
Yeah, the church is not here. and
Not
they have
here
no level
whatsoever.
of
They are so not here. They tried,
They are
and
not
it just. There's like one missionary who's like, "I'm kind of here," and they're like, "That's cute. Go away."
Hi guys, can I give you the word of the prep? Ah! gone.
Is
All
there
right,
anything
cool.
we should
All
be
right.
aware of, Andreas, before we get into port? Is there any local customs we should be mindful of?
Yeah, I mean, do you
Are we
shake
not supposed to
hands?
curtsy, bow? You know, do we
Stuff like
hug?
that.
Do we shake hands? What was the protocol here?
As Andreas looks, he sees the Sejam River because we're at the mouth of it, and he's like, and he'll go, it should be fine. My family should have an outpost here. Yes, I'm burning a hero point for extended family.
Sure.
But that doesn't tell us how to greet people, Andres.
Politely.
Okay.
Yeah, but there's so many ways to do that.
Yeah, like in Montaigne, they like kiss cheeks, and in
Only
the
if we're friends.
marches, in the marches, we like grab forearms and shit. Like, what do? Do we just say hi?
Yeah, hi, polite.
All right, I'm just gonna let Money do the talking.
Yeah.
It always talks.
If we offend people, it's on you, Captain. Just saying. We asked.
If we don't offend anyone, it would feel almost wrong.
Are there
Wouldn't
any
be
like,
us.
colors or clothing that are like not welcome here?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I fully intend to go get several new jackets. It's been forever since I've had a good Sarmatian jacket.
Yes, but the rest of us.
There's no
Okay,
particular
that's
color
all
or
that
anything. I mean, they're not a big fan of the. In this side, they're not a big fan of the church.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, neither are any of us. It's fine.
But yeah,
I
other
guess
than
he's
that,
just pointing out if you're walking around in Vanishing robes or something, you might not get a
Oh.
warm welcome.
Hail the
And-
prophets!
oh, and every single person is a sir or lady.
Oh,
Everyone.
that's good to know.
See, that's
That's
important.
the information we
That's
need to
the
know here.
important.
It's weird, but oh, fine. We'll take it.
Everyone is a sir or a lady. There's not any others.
No. I mean, there's the king and the prince.
Okay,
but,
I'm just saying I don't want to like misgender somebody by using a title that they don't ascribe to.
what I mean more is everyone's titled.
Oh, wonderful. Yes. My love
it
for
was,
nobility is
No.
screaming right now.
The king the king did that to protect us from the old nobility.
I'm sure. I don't care. Let's go. Unfortunately, nobles are looked on quite poorly where I'm from, so the more nobles I'm around, the itchier it makes me. But I'll be good, I promise. It's just get in there. If I can't offend them, then I won't. Right?
No, it should be fine. I mean, they're all people still. I'm technically a noble, and I
Okay.
don't.
Okay, you're not
never really offended me.
helping it by trying to convince me that they're still people. I didn't. Can we get off the boat, Captain? We're parked. Parallel, it's great.
what-
I've got money in the meter. We're good.
Are you in particular doing anything about paperwork or anything like
Oh.
that?
I'm on it, Captain.
Of course, we're taking docked paperwork.
Okay. Awesome. All right. Cool. Yeah. So you talk. Whoever I think probably Andreas would be like first out to greet the dock master, the harbor master, to come out, greet you in Sarmatian and everything when he sees you, and the flag and everything like that, and starts talking to you, asking for the paperwork and all of that. Why do you tell them you're here? Just
We say that we're here
resupply?
for repairs. I would like to see my cousin
Mhm.
with the
Uh,
Carrara Shipping Company.
Okay. Cool. Yeah,
Uh,
he writes that down.
Customs.
Repairs, supplies, family, family visit, blah, 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 blah. Writes down Kara's family, all that. Which he recognizes. I mean, you guys are a huge shipping company, so he recognizes that. So that helps grease the wheels as well. So, yeah, you park. You have your stuff taken care of. The Fennec Solo is your oyster, I guess, at this point. So
Cap,
can
maybe we should.
figure out what your game plans and
Captain, perhaps we should get a flag for your trading company while we're here as well.
Actually, I was hoping that we could register her under under my trading company. That way, we are legal, and therefore anything we do is.
It's your ship, Captain. You do with it what you will.
We're still pirates, though. Just wanted to.
I mean, that's the thing that you might want to consider, though, or at least clear it with the powers that be at the trading company.
If that is a burden your sister wishes to take on, I don't know.
You could talk to your grandmama.
Oh God! Oh, is she visiting?
Everybody gets a turn with the parents.
Oh no, not Grandmama.
Mommy.
Mommy.
Look, sister, I'm cool. We could probably get this. Grandma and Mom.
I mean, that's now you.
Well, that's the powers that be.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
You did say, Andreas, that, and I understand what you're saying, but I do want to recall that you did pointedly tell us when you won the ship that you were not going to give it to the trading company. So I understand that you're just registering it under the trading company, and it is your ship. You can change your mind and do whatever with it that you want. But the rest of us are not technically employees of the trading company, nor do I think we want to be.
I was thinking that what I was thinking is that if I register it with the Kurosh Trading Company, it would be easier to get a letter of marque from the Sarmatian Commonwealth through the trading company.
So we would be privateers for Sarmatian, Commonwealth, and pirates everywhere else.
Yes.
What are you at war with?
I mean, that's pretty much how it works with Roberts, I believe is his name. That's the Elaine's privateer.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? Who are we at war with, Gianni?
Well, that's kind of part of being a privateer, is that you're dealing with the enemies of the kingdom as a non-military vessel.
Technically true.
I mean, if there's anybody I would think we'd want a letter from Mark from, would be somebody that has enemies. Well, just saying.
I mean, well, yeah. I don't
write
know.
A letter of marque from ourselves to us.
Yeah, right. Well, I advocate what we're doing. It's something that we can definitely look at and see if it can happen. But yeah, is the king and his Congress or whatever even granting letters of marque would be the question, since you are not technically at war.
Can't hurt to ask, at least. It is better than any other alternative, unfortunately.
Did you try to get one from Montaigne, Nanette?
Well, I put Tasha on it, but, well, with everything going on and the dramatic nature of our exit, that may be difficult. But we'll see how things go. She's very talented.
Well, let's at least find out if we're even wanted here first, because that'll make it even more difficult to get anything from anyone. Why don't
Step off the docks? There's our wanted poster.
There's our wanted.
Piss.
There's our wanted poster.
Woo! And you guys are just like.
Hold on, Andreas.
Let me know if it's higher than 50,000 at least.
How?
I mean, hopefully, if the dockmaster has let us docked and all that, then and talk to the captain favorably, then we're not immediate. At least Andreas isn't. But we should take a look around. Look like we're supposed to be here, but also be aware that maybe we're not supposed to be here. You know, that kind of thing.
I figured it'd be better if I stay closer to the boat, and just in case, you know.
Are you sending someone to handle the repairs, or are you?
No, I will. I mean, the repairs are usually shipwrights are usually adjacent to the docks, so she would likely stay in the general vicinity of the dock area, and any errands in town. That's what Luna is for, and to some extent Tomas. But
sounds good.
Delegation is the key to success.
Yeah, and of course, Thomas and Charles and Pip and Squeak are hanging over the railings, watching all of this. So theoretically, they're standing there.
Look at the boys.
Can Luna or somebody keep an eye on them, or Odile, someone?
You know we can't control them. If we're ready to go, I can find them. It's not a problem.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Boys,
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
yes. Stay with me if you have to. God damn. I'll buy you some
Don't.
ice.
Don't accept any candy or nice things from handsome strangers.
Okay, I'm not a
No,
stranger.
we don't accept them. We just take them, Miss Nanette.
Perfect. What? This is the land of the Davises. We gotta warn them. They're gonna get conned.
True. That is true.
Andreas the horror. Like, what?
Yeah.
Have you seen the trouble they get into? They have to be warned.
Boys, you're staying with me, and I go and I take a length of rope and I tie it around their waist, and then I tie it off to my belt, and I tie another one around the other one's waist. And I have it like I walk my dogs. I have one on either side. And I'm like, you're just staying with me. We're just gonna go look around for a little bit. I'll be sure to get you something nice. I promise.
If you can't see someone they're directly talking to, run.
That would have been good to know before I met you, Cap.
Oof.
The boys are like, come on, man, we're not gonna go anywhere.
No,
Miss
but
Ace,
see,
we
but
won't
see,
go
what
anywhere.
you
This
don't
is embarrassing.
Yeah, it is. Believe me, I'm quite embarrassed. But the thing is, lads, is that we've never taken you to Sarmatian Commonwealth, and I crouch down and I'm talking to them very sternly, but also, trying to give an air of motherly comfort, as it is. And I'm going to say, the thing is, lads, there are creatures here that we can't see.
No, you can't tell them that. They're just gonna get more excited about it.
No.
No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. And the problem is, do you remember the stories? Do you remember the stories we used to tell up in Vendel about the dirty great beast that would claw out everybody's guts? Remember, you had nightmares for weeks, right?
Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't have nightmares. He had nightmares.
Yeah. Okay. I forgot. You were the one that wet the bed. But
He like looks around like, did anybody hear that?
here's the deal, lads. You're gonna stay
Grace
with me
is just
because
standing there.
there's some really, really, really bad things. I'll get you as many kraken suckers as you want, and as many sweeties, and as many whatever else you want. But you have to stay with me, and you have to not talk to strangers. Number one, because you don't know what the fuck they're saying, and that's never appropriate. You may offend somebody. And number two, they could just snatch you up and eat you before I could even stop it. And it's
They kind of look at each other like,
eat you, lads. Eat you.
Just
Can
eat
I
your
roll? Can I
bones
roll
and leave you as
intimidate?
squishy piles?
Yeah. Can I roll intimidate to like scare the crap out of
go
them?
ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, for sure.
I've never gotten to use intimidate. I don't think.
Go ahead.
First roll of the night, y'all.
First roll of the
There
night.
it
Nobody
is.
voted for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. That's one.
Just tell me how many you get.
It looks like 2 with 2 left over.
All right. Yeah. They look sufficiently like kind of looking
Eat you.
at each other.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, kiddo. Just stay with me. I'll take care of you. We're gonna get something nice to eat. I'll even buy you new clothes if you want. I've seen the way you've been looking at that steward. I'll take care of it. I'll get you something nice to wear.
blushes, like, and yeah.
So yeah,
Davis,
Ace is
I'm-
going to be mom in town, and I'm going to take the boys on a shopping spree. It's new school shopping.
The Davis as they walk away.
Face.
Look forward to it.
We would never eat them.
Yeah. Shh, they don't know that. That's the Davis.
I mean, the Davis is the one going, we would never eat them.
Yeah, but they don't need to know that.
They don't need to know that. Yeah, that's what Davis is like.
Way to generalize. Maybe there's another Davis out there that actually does enjoy the flesh of children. You know.
Jeez. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Ace is going off with Pip and Squeak, and Nanette is going to be repairs right around whatever.
Repairing, reprovisioning, making sure everybody has their stipend for shore leave as is appropriate. Everybody please behave. And as we've said before, you know what we're getting into. You've seen it now, for those of us who have not been with us before. If you wish to leave, this is where you may disembark. If you wish to return, there will be a handsome stipend. Well, off with you. Have fun.
Yeah. So they go off with okay. Andreas and Gianni. Let's start with Gianni because I feel like Andreas has business in town. So let's start with Gianni. What is Gianni going to be doing to assist?
Gianni wants information. I'm going to go talk to everybody I can, find out local rumors, start with that, ships that have been coming through, and build from there. What else have you heard recently? What has there been international news? This is a port. Have y'all heard anything else going on?
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I will come back to you in a sec. All right, so Andreas, where's Andreas going?
He's heading to his family's like main shipping hub here because it's at the edge of the, like I said, it's at the mouth of the Shejim River, and so it's like, which is the main river that goes through. So he's just gonna head there.
All right.
Probably been there dozens of times.
Yep. Your cousin, Jacek, runs this port. This facility of the Kara Shipping Company. So, Jacek Karas. He is about your age, actually. He does have a family.
So proud.
Wife. You have 2 second cousins. He has 2 little girls. All of that. So, yeah. So you're gonna head over there. Yeah. You see, the familiar Kara Shipping Company. We ship it. I should have worn. Actually, if I thought about it before, I would have worn my Kara Shipping shirt. Why didn't I do that? That would have been perfect. But maybe I'll change on the break. Yeah, you see, the familiar sign. It looks like bustling. It's mid-morning, and all of that. You see people going back and forth, doing what they need to do. I assume you're going into like the office or the office area. Cool. Yeah. There's people walking around, and this young woman looks over at you and looks you up and down and says information. How may I help you?
Andreas will hold his finger up to it because he probably knows this person unless they're extremely new. Cause
yeah, I mean she's an office worker, so though they rotate, so you probably have not met this particular office worker before.
He'll quietly say, "I'm here to see my cousin," and like literally walk right to his office, and knock on the door.
The office worker kind of looks at you, and then you hear, the office worker looks at you, and he looks at you, gonna say something, but before she can, you hear, "Come in," through the door when you knock.
And Andreas will do his best imitation of their grandmother going, "Surprise inspection."
You hear from the other side. You say that on the other side of the door.
Yep.
You hear something break on the other side of the door. Just coming.
Andreas will slowly open the door, going, and just laugh.
He looks over at you, sees you, takes a second. There's like a cup that's like on the floor broken, and he was like desperately trying to pick it up. He looks over, he's like, "You bastard."
I couldn't resist.
Yeah, he gets up and he's like, God, man, I have a bad heart. You can't be doing that to
We
me.
aren't that old.
Well, I just aged. Okay, I just aged.
Uh, Andreas will
What
walk up
are
and
you doing?
I just pulled into port.
I mean, she didn't send you, did she? Please tell me
No,
she did not send. Okay.
no.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, then I'm glad to see you. He
Because
says, it's been a long time.
it has. No, we just pulled into port, and Andreas will point out the window to the Belladonna.
Oh, I was gonna say you're not on one of the family ships.
No, I won it in a tournament.
Really?
The person holding the tournament was exorbitantly
Uh,
extravagant. Uh, they wanted they were they threw money around more than they were Montaigne, so like a
Oh, well, that
Montaigne on
explains
yeah, it
the
really does.
design on that. Ridiculous. Absolutely.
I know it's less practical, but she is pretty.
Oh, well, I mean, if you like that Montaigne frappery, sure. I'm sure. I
Yeah,
always like my ships efficient. You know that. Get
I
business done, get in, get out. It doesn't need to look pretty.
I do not disagree, but the fact that I was able to win a frigate was very impressive. Um, she has
I
been
assume you won it dueling, knowing
yes,
you.
yes. That's why I said a tournament. I won it in a tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I mean, there are lots of kind of tournaments, Andreas.
that's true.
I just made an assumption.
It's
So, are you
true.
here for a visit? How long are you here?
We are hoping
I
to.
mean, didn't you come to dinner?
You know what? I will come to dinner. I was wondering something though. Uh, do you still get good discounts through the shipwrights with how much business we do?
Sure.
She was in a very bad storm, and we need some repairs done.
Oh, uh-huh. Okay.
And it also ruined a good chunk of our supplies. Now we will pay for the supplies, but
Well, of course.
I was wondering if you could help make arrangements with that.
You know, Grandmama doesn't let anybody get away on the family discount too much. Anyway.
I was just asking for
Um.
help.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, alrighty then. Although, if you can't come to dinner, just don't send a message. At least not that way. Okay? Because I mean, uh,
Yeah,
the last time, I mean, we got a letter from. Hang on just a second. Merrick. Or no, Elias. It was Elias.
yeah, it was Elias.
Elias. Yeah, it was Elias. His family wasn't too happy. It took them a little while to figure out what was going on.
Yeah,
I mean, you sent a message you weren't coming for dinner, and I mean,
yeah, I
I think his kids still have nightmares. I'm not sure, but just
yeah,
send a regular message next
of course,
time.
yes, no. It'll be a note with a runner. Nothing.
Diva says, I don't know what he's complaining about. I did exactly what you told me to do. I mean, that's not my fault that you're not specific.
No, note runner. It'll be that, but I should have this evening free. Would you mind if I bring a guest or two, maybe 3? They're
Sure.
members of my crew, traveling companions.
We'll pull out the family table.
Oh
about
yes, oh, of course.
Yeah. It's like a big, like they have their usual, the four of them when they eat and stuff, but your family's so big that if somebody is hosting the family, they actually have a table they have to like drag out of a storage somewhere that's like huge.
They have a giant dining room that's only
Yeah.
for family occasions. I have a question for you. If someone
Sure.
is the crown currently issuing letters of marque? We are hunting some pirates, and it would be best if we could get some kind of, I guess, for lack of a better term, legal CYA.
Well, I mean, I suppose you could make your case. I mean, if you're going after somebody specific that you think is in the area, then I'm sure the crown would want to know about that and would offer to compensate you and give your blessing, depending on who it was and where they were. I mean, are they in the Sarmatian area? Is that why you're here?
It is. It is. Above the table has Silent Death attacked many Sarmatian ships. Has he ever pirated these waters?
He has upon occasion, yeah.
All right.
He usually stays around more, but he has come up here on occasion.
All right. It's Silent Death. We're looking to take down Silent Death, and I figured that as he has pirated these waters on many occasions, that the crown might be in support of that.
All right. Well, I mean, you can try to go to the office here in town. The crown has ways that you can communicate if you need arbitration or documentation or anything like that. Down in the middle of town, the government house.
I'll have to do that quickly, or today.
Oh,
tomorrow.
and thinking of, they expanded the bathhouses in town. There's more of them now.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
good.
I mean, they became very popular. Like, we've had people coming in from all over the place to check them out.
I knew that was just when grandfather said he was thinking about trying to make a few a little further south, that it was such a great idea.
They seem pretty popular.
I will. You know what? I'll be sure to tell my crew of them, and I'll inform them of the difference between a blue and a red one.
Oh, come on! It's much more fun if you don't.
It is, but I don't want them to create any trouble.
True.
So I'd rather things be. I'd rather have a peaceful stay in port as opposed to a rambunctious one.
Yeah, I mean, so you're going. I mean, does that mean? I mean, I heard some stories from your sister and Elias and even Merrick. I mean, are there other things you want to fill me in on? They're going around. I mean, because what I've heard is pretty wild.
What stories are you thinking? I'll follow the details.
Yeah, so he's just gonna ask you about, what he heard from Merrick when you went in and asked him for help to get out of town and all of that stuff. Because it kind of went, because he was like, I don't know what's going on, but he might be in trouble. So Merrick kind of just let kind of the family know that something might be going on, because you kind of informed him of the fact that you might have stolen the cross or whatever, because you showed it to him, remember?
So yes. So with Merrick, that entire cross was part of a plot by the Inquisition. And so all of the accusations were actually completely false.
Mm-hmm.
And the trumped up wanted charge is completely due to the fact that they are trying to do it in order to cover up their conspiracy.
Wow. Indeed. Yeah, so we can kind of, I mean, he'll ask you questions. So, I mean, is there stuff you leave out, I'm assuming? You just
Unless
basically
he
tell him
knows
about the
I'm
infiltration?
unless he knows I'm a loose jai, I will not tell him I'm a loose jai. That'll still leave the
Okay.
only family member that knows for sure being my sister. Um,
Mhm.
He'll fill in details if he asks about like I'll tell him I've been to Labuka. I mean, there's no reason like made it out alive. It was a little hairy there for a minute. Um, Tell him that you know what he would probably say that he's for the first time in his life that he's actually considering settling down with someone or looking at someone. It was something he hadn't
Really?
really considered until they brought it up. So yeah, no, he would mention that.
Oh,
She's
well,
Montaigne, currently in musketeer training. So I don't know.
yeah. Garde du Soleil. I think that's what they call them in 7C. The Garde du Soleil. Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, we were in the Duelist Square together for a long time, and I don't know.
Have you told Grandmama yet?
I haven't talked with Grandmama since the last time I was home.
Well. Just let me know. I think I'd like to be there for that conversation.
That I'm potentially look. My younger sister is already marrying an Assyrian. It's not that uncommon for us to marry outside of Sarmatia.
Yeah, but that's too Surin. I mean, you're talking Montaigne, so
She's spent most of her life here. She's practically a Sarmatian. She speaks Sarmatian as well as you and I do.
all right. I'm just saying, you know how she is, okay? Like that's all I'm saying. All right.
Oh,
I mean,
you can see this jacket I'm wearing, and he's been wearing he has basically that Avalonian red jacket that he picked up. I need some proper clothes.
Sure. And he'll give you the name of a shop. And he'll also tell you where the government house is so that you can go and make your requests and get a coat and all of that.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, he'll so what time's dinner?
Yeah, he'll give you a time, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
I will see you then. And again, runner.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. Well,
But I don't expect anything. But I fully do not expect anything to stop me. As I said, I'm looking for a very peaceful stay in port.
Yeah, well, you owe me a cup too, just while you're shopping.
Clay, wood, bone.
Look at this thing. It's actually a very nice like clay mug. It's like a hearty kind of.
It was handmade.
Everything's handmade.
With love.
Fine.
One of the daughters made it in camp.
Oh god. Oh no.
I'm not gonna go that far.
That's number one dad on the side. Oh, I will get you a new mug.
Sweet. All right. Cool. So I assume at that point you're gonna go along your merry way.
Yep.
Alrighty. Ace, your turn. You're gonna go along with Pip and Squeak, trailing behind you.
Did the Sapphire Dawn dock as well?
They are much more recognizable than you guys.
Oh,
so
that's true.
They are
That's true.
staying kind of out of port. They are out, kind of anchored, like
Okay.
out.
So Mummy Dearest wouldn't have come in. on a
Right,
dinghy
I
or
mean,
anything.
yeah, I mean, she could have. I mean, if you decide
Yeah,
you wanted to
I don't
talk to
know. It
her
might have
and
been a
say,
good. It might have been a good. I'm gonna go shopping with my mom and my
yeah,
servant
sure,
children.
and yeah, no, yeah, that's totally cool. I mean, because the ship is recognizable, but
Absolutely,
she
absolutely.
can
We can
wear,
dress
you know,
down. We can dress down and
yeah,
look
exactly.
like the common
She doesn't have to wear her,
nobility of.
yeah, she doesn't have to wear her cleavage battle dress that she uses to seduce men and their treasure. So,
What?
and women too, and
She
whoever
doesn't
else.
have to have. It doesn't have to be tits out Tuesday. It can be.
Yeah.
But can it though?
I mean, we've already discussed Ace's new shooting stance, so
Yeah.
which, so it's tits out every day, y'all.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. If I need to spend a hero point, I can. To have
Yeah.
mom with me.
Sure, go ahead and spend the point, and yeah, because they're gonna have to they're gonna try to supply two, so she kind of comes in with just like a few people, so they can grab some stuff.
Okay, well, and I'll tell her at the docks if she comes in with us, and I'll say, if you need to handle stuff here, I'm gonna take them to the first restaurant that's at least not enshrouded in the stink of fish, and we're gonna grab food. If you want to meet us there,
Okay, I'll meet you there.
sounds good. So yeah,
Yeah,
and then
so
I
she
tell the
starts
boys, I'm like,
walking.
you're gonna die. Don't leave me.
Yeah, so she probably before the Sapphire Dawn separated, she probably came over to the Belladonna with her small group that was gonna,
Sure.
you know what I mean, with the idea that they'd bring their supplies on, and then you guys would exchange them with
Absolutely.
the Dawn later on
Oh,
once you
yeah.
get out of port.
I'm sure Nanette
Yeah.
has worked out all of that.
Yeah,
She got
that's
it.
a solid logical plan. So yeah, sure. So she goes and she talks with her people. Yeah, you find a restaurant that looks fairly decent and probably as family friendly as you're gonna get, and this close to
fine.
the docks.
Yeah.
You know, um,
The
you
kids
know.
have heard worse.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Exactly. Yeah,
Just a single
Yeah.
mom out on the town with her kids.
yeah,
It's not a life I picked for her, but it's a life she's got. So.
yeah. There are a couple times, the rope has come in handy, and your admonitions have come in handy because they have at windows and things like that, looking at things and stuff like that. Kind of like, okay, come on, come
Yeah.
on, all right, no,
Don't
that
go-
is too expensive. Do you know how many guilders that is?
Yeah.
Like,
Lads. I have your allowance from Nanette. I know how much we can spend. Use it wisely. Budgeting is important, okay? It's important. So we're gonna and Nazar walking in like
it gets worse around the tattoo place, and
Oh.
that was an argument.
lads, as soon as we get somewhere where I trust the tattoo artists, I'll be sure to get you a tattoo. I promise. I have a guy. It'll be good. What?
Nobody's around to say anything.
Yeah, I'm
So
speaking
we
to
agreed
them.
not to insult anybody in the Commonwealth,
I'm
okay?
speaking in Vesson. Thank you. As the
Yeah.
boys are well versed, and it's
Boys
quietly.
know
I'm
it,
like,
yeah.
I know a guy. Well,
Thank
I
you.
mean, that is fine. That is not insulting. I think a tattoo artist would actually be like, probably a good way to be. Get your guy, get your girl, get your person that you're comfortable with, and then, but don't just walk in and be like, hey, I'm in town for an hour. Ink me up.
Yeah, they want Kraken tattoos. Is what they want. Is what they said. So.
Oh well, believe me, love. I'd love one too. So we'll get one all together. All right, but let's plan it out. Let's find somebody that can draw it for us, and get an idea of how we want it, and then get it. All right, it'll be our secret, our secret group tattoo.
Yeah, that totally satisfies them. They're all on board with that plan.
Are you hungry?
Yes,
All right.
they're hungry. So.
And so yeah, we find some place that's got hearty food and it smells good and it looks clean, and
Yeah.
I order them glasses of milk, and I order 2 pints for myself,
Mhm.
and I pour out
Uh,
one of the glasses of milk and I put beer in it. And I put it on the table.
nice, nice. Yeah. So y'all, the food comes. It's decent. It's really decent food. It's good. It's hearty. It's like stew and bread. And it'll
Nice.
fill you up. Protein. That sort of
Cheese,
thing.
meat.
Your mom shows up a little while later. She is dressed down, but she's still a very good-looking woman. So a few heads turn when she kind of walks in, but she doesn't really pay any attention to it.
That's good
And,
to get used to.
Yeah. And she kind of walks over, and sits down and everything.
Mom, if I haven't introduced you before, this is Philip, and this is Jonas, and these are Pip and Squeak. But they're lads on the boat. They're not mine, but I care for them. We've been around. They've been on Cabin Boys since they were like single digits, the both of them.
Your mom looks over and she smiles at them. Pip is like, "Oh, can I see your tattoo?" She has like a tattoo like on her arm and everything. So your mom's like, "Oh yeah, of course." And it's a really cool. It looks like jewels. Like she has like it's almost like it's a tattooed like bracelet, like armband thing on her arm.
I just saw
with,
some like that the other day. It was real nice.
Yeah, that's what she's got. So she's showing it to the kids and all that sort of stuff. And then she starts into like telling them stories and stuff like that, and like and all of that.
Do you need anything, Mom? I can go up and order it for you if you'd like.
Oh, she says, "Sure. Can you get me a pint and maybe some of the stew that you got here?"
Yep, I'll do that and let her. I will, where the boys can't see, I will untie the ropes from my belt, and hopefully they're just completely entertained. And I'm gonna just casually hand her the ropes under the table where they can't see, so they're not like loose, but they don't. Yes, I'm walking away from the table, but hopefully they're young enough that they don't really pick up on that. They should be detached for that to happen.
No, I was thinking more. This is
Yeah.
the land of pierogies.
Yeah.
This is it is.
Yeah.
It
Oh,
is.
yeah.
Pierogies and cranberries, a new delicacy.
Mm.
I'll stick to
Actually,
stew
sounds
and
good.
bread. but yeah, so I'll go and order for her and come back.
Yeah, as soon as y'all are settled, your mom looks at you and she's, the kids are shoving food in their face and all that stuff, and your mom says, "So, I mean, we know we need to have a chat. Do you mind having that now?" And
No, it's fine.
the kids.
They're fine. They overhear everything. I'm a little scared of what secrets they might know, honestly. But this doesn't have to be a secret anymore. I think I've had my fill of keeping things from people. It never turns out well.
Because I know lots of stuff, like Mr. Prevert and the book guy. Yeah,
Mr. Exeter, yes.
I can never remember his name.
Just
Last name, anyway.
yeah, just call him Mr. Exeter or Charles. Charles is his name. But you know what? Don't hang around their door too much. Just be respectful, all right? Let them have their privacy.
He's like, "Well, it's kind of hard to miss," as he like mutters into his.
Well, I know. I mean, yeah, I don't. There's a new couple on the ship, Amory, Love, young. Anyway, actually, I think Charles is older than. It doesn't matter. But yeah, no,
Charles
this
is older. Actually,
This is
A few years.
Yeah.
Yeah, a few years.
This is fine.
Your mom,
Make it over here.
your mom takes a drink and she says, I don't know how to start, really. I mean, maybe I could answer some questions.
Well, yeah, I don't know how to start either, but I feel like it's time to probably rip the bandage off of a couple things that I've been holding back. Um, and I
She takes another drink, looking
yeah,
like she's preparing
I
herself.
am. I don't know how much you've heard about me. I do have a bit of a temper, and I'm really trying to temper that temper. I'm trying to not be angry about things. I think a lot of me being angry is because I'm just out of my element, and I'm a little scared most of the time. But
She
I
reaches over and takes your hand, like puts her hand on top of yours if she can reach it on the table.
yeah. You know, I think we're sitting next to each other, um, and I let her do that, and I'll probably trace lazy circles with my thumb or something over hers. Um,
Mhm.
it,
My mom used to do that too when I was
uh,
a kid. Yeah.
I I'll be honest. I knew that I had to have had a mum, obviously, but I didn't know you were alive or existed for a very long time. And honestly, I think Da would have left it that way, but he didn't have a choice. He misspoke, and I'm not the smartest, but I definitely don't let things go if something weasels its way into my brain, and it did. Your name and Kaya's name, and so I talked to him about it, and I just determined then and there that you weren't dead, which is what honestly I thought. He softened it. He said when I was little that you were lost at sea. Could have meant you were dead or other things, but it doesn't matter though. My the question that I've been putting off asking is true. If you knew where I was, why didn't you come back?
Another drink from her. She
Ace is
says,
drinking the milk.
yeah.
She's trying to stay sober.
She says, I'm not surprised. Your father didn't talk about me a lot. I'm afraid I hurt him terribly. All of that wasn't anything I expected. And when you and your brother were born, you were almost both taken away from me. Kaya was taken away from me. We got boarded by a pirate, and he took whatever he could, and I had not had a chance yet to bring you somewhere where you could be safe and grow up. And they took Kaya, but I managed to hide you. So I brought you to your father. And I didn't stay long, and I'm sure I didn't give him the explanations that he wanted. I had to go and find your brother. And eventually, my brother, your uncle, found him. But that was a long time later, and I hadn't had any success. And by that time, you and your father had a life. And I just didn't think that I would be a welcome part of it. Not after leaving like I did. Leaving your father like I did after we were together for a while.
Well, just because he didn't necessarily talk about you a lot, I will say that he did talk about you. He spoke very fondly of you, even when even without telling me much about you. I knew that you were beautiful. I knew that you made him laugh. Um, I knew that he liked making you laugh. Um, and honestly, he was hurt. But once he and I actually discussed all of this, um, I think he hurt because he loved you very much. Um, he must have to has hurt as deeply as he did, but he also was very thankful for you, and so am I, for leaving me with him. It probably was the safest thing you could have done, and the best thing. And I grew up really well. Um, doesn't mean that I don't want us to be a family. You know, the four of us. I really think he would be open to that. He has asked me once I understood that you both were out here. I couldn't stay anymore. You are the whole reason I'm even on the water. And now that I found you, all I want is to take you home. If you don't want that, I understand. And I would not try to make you. You
Well,
clearly.
no, it's not that I don't want that. It's just the life that I live. I don't even know if I can a house, a family. I've never done that before.
You don't. You
I don't
don't.
know as if I even know how.
You don't have to stay. I don't even know if I can stay anymore. But I I at least think that he would like to see you again. And I will do everything in my power to make sure Kaya gets to meet him, because Dad wants nothing else but to know his son. I.
You grew up so well.
He's a good dad. He's a good man.
I knew he would be.
I
I
just
guess
want to make sure that you don't stay away because you think that he wouldn't want to see you.
I'll be honest, I didn't think he did.
Well, he'll probably get upset with me for saying this, but I'll tell you, he has never been able to stay with anyone else since you. I mean, you know, Dad, he's fairly handsome. It's gross, but he's handsome, right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of eligible bachelorettes around the marches that have tried to, and he's taken a couple to like some fundraisers and some benefits and things like that around town, but his that's not what he wants. Every date would end with him comparing them to you.
She squeezes your hand.
I
Says,
don't know what.
well,
Oh, go ahead.
she says, well, we don't have to make any decisions now. But thank you for telling me that. I
With
spent a lot of years wondering.
I can believe it. Um, there's one more thing that I'm very uncomfortable about saying, and I don't want to upset you, but um, this thing that we're doing, and I know that you're going to get Kaya off that boat, and that's very important to me as well. If something happens to me, and I don't see him off that boat, please, for me. Take him home.
Of course. And same to you. If something happens to me, make sure that Kai gets to see your father.
I will. Well,
And you will always have a place on my boat. I mean, we're just a bunch of ladies, but
are you sure? I don't necessarily match the caliber of the women you seem to crew.
I saw you
Lies.
hanging off that ship.
At least I
I'm
got
sure you
something
can
going for
firmly
me.
hold your own with anyone on my crew. If you decide you want to be on the water, if we decide that's where we're going to be.
I thank you for that. Let's see how this goes. It sounds nice. There's this is my crew and all, as you know, but I've built up a lot of walls on that crew, and I don't. It might be nice to try to let some of those down somewhere else.
And she kind of squeezes your hand again and, coughs a little bit, wipes her face a little. Pip and Squeak are just looking into their bowls. They're just like, God damn adult shit. Like,
I kind of promised we'd take them, or I'd take them shopping if you'd like to join us. Jonas here has he's got his eyes on one of the steward girls that our pursers got to employ. She's way too old for him, by the way, lad. But
I mean,
yep. I think here's the deal. There's the thing that I don't know if you are aware of, lad, but it's called puberty, and you haven't hit it yet. So, as soon as you do, maybe. But we're at least going to get you some nice clothes.
he's like, hey, I found a hair on my face the other day.
It was your brother's that had come off in the night, so don't worry about it. It wasn't attached to you, love. But yeah, if you would like to spend the day with us, I thought I'd find them some cranberry sauce and some something nice to
Yeah.
spend the day off the ship and let them get some energy out. And it would also help me if maybe we could tie one off to you. They're gonna throw out one of my hips.
Nice. And she's like, I'd like that. And after you guys eat and make your way out, one of the kids hands you like a bracelet.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Where did this come from?
I found it.
All right, and I tuck it in one of my pouches. I am not going to show it off, but I'm also not going to look for who it belongs to. So that's a talent you have there. I'm going to. Have you been spending time with Mr. Gianni?
I mean,
He's gonna. I'm gonna have him train you at least a little better. Come on, let's go. It's time to get those trousers and shoes that you've been wanting.
All right. Awesome. All right. Gianni,
Indeed.
you're going to find some rumors or you're going to see what everybody's talking about. That's what we were doing, correct?
Definitely.
All right. Where are we heading to do such a thing? Where are we going to find information? Pub?
Oh,
Pub?
pub is a great place to start.
Cool. Yeah, you find a pub. Are we looking for like the diviest of the dives, something more upper class? Or are we, you know,
Something.
what's
slightly
Gianni
above the
looking for
diviest.
in his? What's that?
Something above the diviest.
Okay.
Someplace that more than just locals would go to.
Ah, okay, great. Great, yeah. There's one, not relatively, not far from the docks, and it's called the Green Wave. This pub, and it's a pub. I mean, you've been into pubs in a lot of different places. This one doesn't really have anything too special to recommend it. People in there drinking, people eating, uh, all of that. Bartender, all of that. Bartenders has a little bit more customer service than ones on Labuka or or you know, as you can see.
I am going to change my major arcana
Hmm.
to the sun.
Oh boy.
I'm going to walk into the bar and I'm gonna fling open the doors and I'm going to yell out, "Drinks are on the house!"
Woo! Glasses clinking, like people are chugging down so they can get another one, you know, all of that. And the bartender calls you over to
To
uh
pay. Oh yeah.
to pay, yeah. And
And
it's a bartender, so I assume you're giving him money.
oh
I
yeah.
assume.
Oh yeah.
All right. And he says, what's the occasion?
Just to be in the town. I've been out at sea for a bit and I had to run in. I didn't know if we'd survive, and so hey, why not celebrate? So
That sounds like a story.
yeah. So I've been away for a bit. Tell me, I'm doing all this in Sarmatian, but with a slight Badachi accent, of course.
Hmm.
Uh, so what's been happening around here? And yeah,
Oh well, he talks about the bartender talks about, like, as he's making drinks, talks about, like, oh well, and he kind of talks about like local stuff, and then he says, you know, uh, there were rumors around that Silent Death was in the area.
oh,
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't often come up here, so I mean, it was quite the news, or the rumor rather. I mean, I don't think anyone actually saw him, but I mean, people were saying, or how it is. Friend of a friend saw Silent Death, saw the Whisperer, survived by the skin of their teeth, yada yada yada, scarred Silent Death, all of that, stories.
any idea who might have seen them or a direction they were going or anything? Maybe people they left
Yeah,
behind here.
what's that?
Did they drop anybody off here or do any business here?
Ah, I mean, people heard rumors that he was, trying to supply and stuff like that. But if he had any contacts, no one was giving anything up. I always like to keep abreast of those things, because I don't need anybody like that coming into my pub and driving everybody away.
I understand that. Where would a man like that go in this town, anyways? Right? Eh?
That's what I said, right? Right? I mean, he's got to stand out, right? I mean, I heard he was like all scarred, and I heard he was like 7 feet tall or something like that. All sorts of stories.
Honestly, not so much from what I hear. And God, I want to screw this guy so bad. Dang it, we're gonna do it.
All right, go for it.
I described Dubois to him. Speaks with a Montaigne accent, too. Very pompous. Thinks he's something with the ladies.
Yeah. Well, if you want something like that, you'd have to go here. So if some guy like that was in town, he would definitely go to the brothel down the way.
What about Vadachia? You have a brothel here?
Of course.
Waffle everywhere, Gianni.
Yeah. Ooh, everyone has needs everywhere.
The
Yeah, yeah,
Ginny's
yeah,
Guild
yeah.
is everywhere.
Oh, you
Yes,
should
they
probably
are.
mention the thick bounty on Silent Death. That'd get tongues moving.
Yeah, that should be that is one thing that we forgot to ask about was if we could see it, but it was deployed in Labuka, so I would think that it's here somewhere.
Yep.
Well, what about Mentor and Vadachi? Where would they go?
But I mean, we're on the border there, so we get some. There's like a Vadachi area, you know, they keep their shops there and all sorts of stuff as they're passing through and everything like that. It's maybe 5 or 6 streets over, you'll find a bunch of Vadachi shops and things like that.
Do any of the like Villanova family come through here?
I mean, not that I know of. I mean, if they do, I mean, they try to keep quiet about it.
Good to know. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
And
but if oh wait, but you know, you asked about who was talking about Silent Death
mhm.
and stuff. That guy over in the corner there, he was one of the ones that was telling the stories. The guy over there,
Thank you.
sitting in the corner.
I will make my way over there with a extra cup of ale,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll sit down in
Now
front of him. Oh, sorry.
that, oh no, go ahead. You're gonna sit down across from him.
Yeah, I was gonna bring him a
Well,
cup.
as you get closer, you recognize this guy. Mm-hmm. Remember the guy that they, the guy, Rod, what name did I give him? The guy who took Ace's gun and ran off and was the one that had given you info. That's this guy. I think I gave him the name like Rodrigo or something like that. I forget what name I gave him. It started with an R.
A good Castilian name.
Yeah,
Fernando.
yeah. It was the guy on the Utrecht who decided that, you know, they ought to just, yeah, and it disappeared in Puerto del Sur.
I sit down across from him and set a cup down.
Mm-hmm.
You must have done something very interesting.
He looks up, looks at you, horror goes across his face, and we will take a break right there.
A break.
A break.
Alrighty, friends, we'll be back in 10. Stick around. Hello.
Welcome back aboard. Welcome back aboard, everybody. Um, we have hopefully everybody got hydrated and food and all of that, and we are ready to continue. We are in prep mode. We fought the Kraken last time. Now we have taken port in the Sarmatian Commonwealth, and we are getting repairs and we are getting supplies. We are getting information. We are bonding with our mothers, and we are seeing our cousins, and you know, we are hurting children, who are children, being children, um, and we, yeah, and who apparently pickpocket things, you know, whatever.
This is a new skill I didn't know they'd acquired, but okay. Great. I'm already now I just have flash forwards of like having
always
bailed them out of
watching,
jail.
always watching.
I'm gonna be the one that
Kids
they
are
call.
always watching.
Let my mom know I'm in a jail. She'll come get me. I have to sail away.
Trust me, whatever she's gonna do to me is gonna be much worse than what you're gonna do to me.
Yeah.
All right, and Gianni had gone to get information. He learned that there were rumors that Silent Death had been in the area. He learned that if there was going to be somebody of a persuasion of a Dubois shaped person, they would probably be over at the brothels, or those people might have some better information on where that type of person might be. As far as any Villanovas go, there is a section that is Vodachi oriented, of the town, since they are right on the border, Vodachi and the Sarmatian Commonwealth. But more than that, he was told about the guy who had been kind of talking about Silent Death. And it turned to be out someone that you had run into before, who had been on the Utrecht and had just betrayed somewhat. I mean, it wasn't Gunner, but it was one of the people who took Ace's gun and took off and snitched on them to the police of Puerto del Sur, before taking off and not being heard from.
Asshole.
So, yeah.
Well,
And
he
I
was
couldn't
on
find
I thought that guy was on the pot of gold.
Mm-mm.
I think he was on the Utrecht that we rescued onto the pot of
Okay.
gold and was on the pot of gold for a little bit, and then he betrayed us because he's a little.
True.
Yeah, when you guys ported with the pot of gold and like found Nanette's wanted poster and all that, and the crew like dispersed, that's
we-
when he went off and. Yeah, that's when he went off and was like, "Oh, there's a wanted poster. I'm gonna go report that and get the money, and I'll
Shit.
take Ace's gun in the process." Yeah,
Is this my
Yeah.
good gun? My very important.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mother.
Remember?
No.
I thought it was one. I thought Ace
I
had
thought I
left
lost
that in
that
the
one
room.
when I got arrested. With
Yeah, that's what I remember.
But
Either
either way, if there's an opportunity for me to get the old Vig, then I want to get the old Vig. Viggy, Vigo, my baby.
Oh yeah, that's right. You had left it like in the
room.
trunk, right? When you jumped out of the hotel.
Yeah, it
Well,
was in
maybe
the
this
thing
guy
that it was in the
were-
thing that Nanette marked.
Yeah, yeah,
It's okay.
Yeah.
though. It's
yeah.
all right.
Well, maybe this guy knows where it is. Right.
Too bad Nanette has no marks on it anymore. Just on boyfriend.
So yeah, and I tried to look and I could not find what that guy's name was. So
That's
it started with an R.
It started with an
I mean,
R.
it's a long. We're talking like the second or third episode of the first season. So we'll just go with Rodrigo, which is the one I had before. I guess he had a Vodachi mom. I guess. So. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's who you're sitting across from, Gianni.
So, why are you off his ship now?
What ship?
I hear you knew that Silent Death was in town. His ship.
Really? Really? Who said I was talking about that?
Look, it doesn't matter. I don't want any trouble. I want information. I've already bought everyone a drink in this entire room. Do you really want to start the fight with me?
No.
So, what do you know about Silent Death?
Well, I mean, I don't want any trouble either, but if I'm gonna start talking, I need something in return.
You need what?
Something in return.
Something in return.
Yeah.
What?
Something in return if he's gonna
Oh,
talk.
Offer him his life.
He's bargaining with
Look,
you.
I got debts to pay.
I got debts!
I got
Debts.
debts. And he's a candidate.
It's on the short list.
Well, right now, why are you here? Let's start with that. Do you currently have a ship? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, like I said, what am I getting if I'm gonna give you all this information and answer your questions? I mean, I could just leave, and if you don't want any trouble, you know.
Leaving would be a very bad idea, that's all. Look. You made some really bad choices. And I know all about bad choices. Trust me. You chose a side. You were once had a chance to be a respected member of a crew, but you betrayed some people. Now you've fallen in with people who, as far as I can tell, has left you behind while they go off to seek treasure. Why don't you just tell me what you know? And maybe fate will see it as you turning over your leaf. And I actually want to try and spend a hero point for inspired
Uh-huh.
generosity.
Oh, all right. All right. Okay. He sighs and he goes, "Look, I told them where you were. It was just business. You understand. I mean, that was a hefty reward. I mean, you can't tell me you weren't tempted by that, right?"
No, it applied to me. So why would I want to? eh,
It was a lot of cash.
I get
Let's
that,
just
but
say I
now you're
squeaked
not
that
even home.
much.
You're here. What good is
Well,
cash at this point?
well, that's the story. If I can continue.
Yes, please. Sorry.
So, so I told them, right? And well, not long after that, there was some, when I was trying to get on a ship after that. I mean, obviously, I wasn't going to go back to where I was. There were some, there were some rumors going around that Silent Death was asking about people, or Silent Death was paying good for information, and the description fit. So, I offered, and then, well, I cut a deal.
Okay.
I, hmm well, once I gave him information, Silent Death wanted more information. He wanted to keep track of where things were and things like that. He had some mage guy. I mean, handsome dude, but kind of an ass. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Yeah.
You know. Well, anyway,
What an
he put
ass.
some blood on.
No.
Servant
Not
king?
that kind. Jeez, good lord, I can't say anything. All right. He says, so once I gave him that information, they offered I could keep giving them information. So I'm here, and every once in a while, that guy shows up, and I tell him what I've heard, and that's it.
Interesting. And that's it? You never settled with the man?
I haven't met Silent Death, no.
Hmm.
But, the pay comes in on time.
Okay. When we jumped out of our window back in Castile, we had to leave a lot of things behind. Do you know what happened to any of them?
Well, I mean, once I told them, and I told Silent Death, where y'all were, and what I had heard and all of that stuff. Well, I mean, I think he sent that guy to go get it, see if he could find anything out from the stuff you had.
Oh, so Dubois has this stuff.
Oh yeah, that's the guy's name. Montaigne something or other, I think. I mean, with a name like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, my best guess is they have it, whatever crap you had at that place or whatever.
Good to know. Hmm. You want to make some coin?
Always.
How often does he come?
Whenever he means to.
Come on, guys.
You're the one who said it. How often does
I
he
can't believe
visit?
those words left your mouth.
How often does he visit? How often
Sorry,
does he get
sorry,
appearance?
I'm controlling myself. I'm controlling.
Sorry. There are
Ooh,
other
I'm glad I
ways
didn't
to
have
say
water
it.
in my mouth. Oof.
We're
Wow.
not.
Horrible
We're not
people.
children. Well, we are children. We're not adults. Sorry. I can't
Okay,
mute
no, I'm
myself
getting
because you're on
myself
my
together.
Wow.
mic. Look at him. He's so red. Poor baby. I'm sorry. How often does he visit?
How often does he come? Not enough, as according to him.
That's right. Okay, now you took it there and went farther.
Okay. We're
Welcome
broken.
to our show, ladies and gentlemen. This is an all ages
Wow.
extravaganza.
Wow. Okay.
Hmm.
No, I'm good. All right.
It hurts.
Every couple weeks.
Aw. Has he been here recently?
Nah, I mean, I expect him in the next few days.
I'm going to see. I'm going to check with my friends, and maybe we will pay you to pass along some information.
Hmm.
You make money from them off the information. You make money from us on the information. Does that sound good?
All right. I can work with that.
I'll be back, but I know you're probably busy. Or are you going to be here for a while?
I usually come here every day. It's a good place to hear what's going on.
Then I'll circle back by here. If you're not here, I'll come in the morning.
All right.
So keep it going,
Now you're doing it on purpose, and it's not as
Mhm.
funny.
because I get to watch y'all.
It's much better when it's just natural.
You just fuck it up. That's the good shit.
Truth.
Mhm.
All right.
All right, cool. Are you going anywhere else, Gianni, or are you headed back to the ship?
I think he's going to. He's going to disguise himself and go to the Vadachi section of town.
All right.
Little
Excellent.
Vadachi, is that a thing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Look, there's a little Italy in a lot of places. Why not a little Vadachi?
Little Vadachi.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. I mean, you go over there,
That's what I call
and yeah. So, yeah, you go over there. I mean, it looks, there you hear Vadachi. When you start turning into the streets, you hear people speaking Vadachi. Vadachi shops, like with the signs in Vadachi, and Vadachi clothes, and treats from Vadachi, Vadachi sausage, Vadachi wine, all of that stuff.
I'm going to be asking around
Vadachi sauce.
what,
Salami.
which of the merchant princes do they serve?
What's that?
Which of the merchant princes do they serve? As citizens of Vadachi, I want to find out.
What
Especially if
vintage
they
of
made their
wine?
own Villanova family.
I think he's asking which of the princes set up this trade post.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. This is definitely Giovanni Villanova outpost. For sure. You can tell by the
Tracks.
family crest and all that.
Couldn't have been a Bernoulli. Bernoullis are fantastic.
No, of course not.
Geographically, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
I'll actually be like, absolutely, no joke, but I'm with the Villanova family. Is there anyone else here in town that I can speak to about private business?
Oh. Who are you stopping? Or who are you talking to?
I'll talk to like one of the higher end shops in town.
Oh, going to the higher end shop. Okay, cool. Yeah.
All it is
So
is
you
all-
like, yeah. So you like walk into a tailor or whatever, and the tailor says, "Oh, If you got business with the family, I'd go down the road to the offices down there. Um, that's how he keeps track of most of that stuff.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
I will go back. No, I won't. Damn it. I will go and talk to my friends first. No, I will talk to my friends first. I won't go back to work. You don't
All
know
right.
how hard it was not to tie off that fate line to his business.
We agreed to not tie off the
I
fate
know.
line.
Yeah.
That would have been
Old Gianni.
it would
Old
have
Gianni
been
would have done that.
it would have been a choice, and you would have never. You could have been keeping your secrets as well.
All right. So then,
Everybody's got a body
Nanette,
count.
you are managing, you know, all of the stuff, the repairs coming in. The Karras family has sent over shipwrights and things like that a little later in the day, and all of that. So they're taking care of repairs. You're getting the supplies. You've got your list. All of that. Charles and Tomas are trying to help as best they can. Doing running and stuff like that.
Oh, they don't have to. At some point, Annette's gonna pull Tomas aside and just. I know I've apologized to you before for a number of things, but I've recently realized that despite trying to not be our parents, I have done the exact same thing that they've been doing. I've thought you would be safest within the Imperial Palace. I don't think that was the case. And every time I thought I was looking out for your best interest, I never stopped to ask you what you wanted. So you don't have to help me. You can just go live your life. Take Charles out, go get yourself something nice. Go buy him some books. You know he would love that.
He smiles. He says, "Where did all this come from?"
Some insight from an unlikely source.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're my sister. I'm happy to help.
Oh,
I'm
Minu,
just
you,
gonna-
how should I say this? You are not helping. You have many talents, you are very gifted, but, take Charles out on a date. That would be lovely. It would ease my heart.
I mean, sure. I'll go hang out with Charlie, but it wouldn't be like a date or anything.
I'm not putting labels on it, you can call it whatever you want. I want you to be happy. Here's some money. Be responsible.
Okay, well, I don't know if I can promise that.
Moderately responsible. We don't know if we have allies or enemies here, so just
somewhat responsible.
I will take that. If anything goes terribly wrong, you get Charlie out of there.
All right. If you're sure, we'll be back. We'll come back in a couple hours. Okay.
This will probably take a few days, so see the sights, go experience things.
He hugs you. Thank you, Nini.
You take care of your bluebird-eyed
Charlie! Boy. Charlie! Want to go to the bookstore? Charlie's looks a little, Thomas screaming across. He startles a little bit, and then he's like, okay. And then he looks at you. He looks at Nanette.
Please, have fun. We don't often get shore leave. And you have a collection to rebuild, no?
Oh, okay. And like he and Thomas like run off like down the gangplank. Thomas even takes his hand and they start running down the street.
Get yourself some nice clothes too. That color is very unflattering on you.
You see him say something to Thomas, and Thomas goes like this to you, like. They run off.
Oh, finally, I can get some work done.
Can't have them mooning about the ship.
No, they're just making eyes at each other and being all cute. It's
Gross.
no, the rest of us have work to do. I mean, I've got Odile here to help. I'll send Luna into town to do errands, get intel, get my mail. Give me some clothes. Ugh.
Sweet. All right. So eventually, everyone after unless somebody needs to do something after their little excursions before they go back to the ship, does anybody have anything in particular? Because I assume after you like buy stuff and talk with your mom, you're heading back.
Yeah, I guess my question is above the table. Would we stay on the ship or would we get rooms?
That's a question you can do in character,
Okay.
if you like.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, I'll go back to the ship. After
Jump on the
deposit
ship
boys
and
anyway.
discuss it. Yeah. Yep. What about Andreas? Is he going to go back?
Andreas
to the ship
would. He would do the clothes shopping. Then he would
You
visit
definitely
the.
find a jacket, some Sarmatian.
Oh yeah, he
jacket.
he's getting a brand new sash because he hasn't had one in literally months. He's like new jackets. He's basically bought like a whole wardrobe to have taken to his cabin. And then he'll stop by the government office to plead his case.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. It is. I mean, there's paperwork. I mean, it's okay. Take this form, fill it out,
Oh.
attach. This, that.
He will
and the
collect
other
the
thing.
paperwork and go back to the ship.
Nanette, where's Robert when you need him?
No, that's captain bullshit right there.
Oh no,
I'm
he'll do
sorry,
the
these are all in Commonwealth and I just don't read it that well.
Andreas would completely do all of the paperwork. His Sarmatian lessons with Nanette have mostly been like numbers.
Right.
Those numbers
Well, this would be
and
paperwork
business.
you're probably familiar with. I mean, with the business and the shipping business and all that. I mean,
Yeah.
Just pretend
You
she
know,
can't
I mean,
read it.
Oh yeah, no,
right.
he's probably filled out like half these forms before when he was still apprenticing to be a part of the company.
Yep. Okay, so eventually, I'm gonna say probably late afternoon. I'm gonna say that probably Gianni would make it back first to the ship, probably. And then probably probably Andreas and then Ace, probably. But eventually, everyone makes it back.
Mom and I are arm in arm with the boys, and we're skipping through town, and we arrive very late, very giggly, having had
Yes.
the time of our lives.
Ugh,
Mhm.
gross.
I am not the gross one in this party. I am having a family time.
Yes.
Just jealous.
They're just jealous.
Just jealous because my mom's cool. And your mom's an old biddy.
Is a talented embroiderer, and she has other talents.
Wow.
I mean, I guess she must. You're here, but no, I would not say any of that in character. That,
Wow,
that's just rude being catty.
Andreas would just stare down like he would just be stunned. He's like, "How do I? Oh my god!"
The Davis over there, like, wow, impressive.
Yeah, the only time that Davis can be pleased with me is when I'm not saying it in character. Like that. No, we wander back in.
My mom, I can beat up your mom.
Yep.
Oh, my mom
The
could
boys are
definitely beat up the
wearing new
mommy.
clothes.
I bet.
My mom gets down. Don't even.
Yeah, okay.
the,
I can tell.
the
So
boys got new clothes.
yeah, the boys
They do.
have a few changes of clothes. They're nothing like super extravagant, but it is nice. They have like a new pair of work clothes too, because their work shit was getting pretty shabby, and had been
Uh-huh.
mended and patched a lot. So they have some new work clothes. They also have some nice like going out clothes, or they've got a few outfits. Nothing, like I said, we didn't spend a ton of money on children that are growing, but yeah, we had a nice day, and I'm sure that when we get back to the ship, uh, Mom and I will probably say our goodbyes, so I can figure out what's going on with our ship, and she can figure out what supplies have been
Mm-hmm.
picked
Yep.
up for her ship, and on all that.
Perfect. All right. So yeah, everybody is back. I assume you're all gonna check in with each other at some point. Once everybody meanders, y'all can describe how you come back, or who you talk to first, or however y'all wanna feel like your characters would do that.
Ace would probably check in with Nanette just to, since she's been doing things, and I would ask with the did any work get started on the ship today, or are we waiting until tomorrow?
Some of the basics. We are
They've come and
waiting.
evaluated.
Yeah,
And they've
we
come
got
and evaluated the
quotes.
damage, yeah, and what supplies they're gonna need, and blah 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 blah
It's
blah, and
going to
all
be a
that.
few days if we're lucky, and
Um,
that is paying overtime fees and extensive contracting work. It is messy, but it can get done.
I have a above the table question that would be metagaming if I just acted on it in game. You said your hair was fucked up, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Is your mark hidden?
Yes.
You sure about that?
I mean, not from your special eyes.
Could I roll a wit's notice to see if I see that
Okay.
she's marked? Like while I'm
I
standing
will
over her,
let
looking at
her roll. Yeah, I'll
opposition.
let her roll against
That's
you.
fine.
Yeah, I'll let
That's
her
fine.
roll opposition, and
I just,
Nanette trying to hide this, and we'll see.
I mean, if
So
it's hidden,
Ace
it's
will
hidden.
do
But
her sight thing, and then Nanette, you can roll wits and hide, because you've been trying to
and I
hide
won't
this
even,
thing.
I
I
won't
don't
even
want to show it
use.
off. It's
I will say that I don't even use my bonuses. I'm just gonna roll a straight wits notice because I'm not looking for it. This would
Okay.
literally be just I'm standing kind of beside, looking over her
Here.
shoulder to look at what she's been doing.
but you're so tall.
I am quite tall.
Yeah,
I
she's
mean,
tall.
it's more that you're so short.
I'm perfectly average height. You
You're
giant
like
of a woman.
you're what 5'5"?
Yeah, perfectly
Okay,
average.
perfectly average. That's fine. I am perfectly average for someone of Viking descent in this world. Okay, I'm sorry. What did you get?
She got 3.
And one die left over. Four.
I
4.
got four. I
Yep.
got two
You
tens.
see it. Leaning over, you see a little back of her neck.
Okay. And I finish getting the update from Nanette, and I give her a look, and I just say, "Good night."
So
You
fighting
know,
again.
it could be
No, it wasn't.
Tomas's.
It wasn't a mad look. It was kind of sad. It was a little disappointed, but I was very cordial, and I said, thank you for taking care of this. I appreciate all your hard work. I am probably, it was a busy day keeping track of those lads, so I'm going to take some me time. And I will go and I will pack a rucksack and I will head into town and get a room.
Oh, okay. All right. Ace pulled that. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
You know, on an over the table look, her brother is a practicing Porte mage.
Yeah,
But I
but Ace
also know
knows
that
she
they are
doesn't need it.
advanced. They
Yeah.
don't need it.
yeah.
I'm not.
They don't need
Ace
it.
isn't stupid as much as Andreas has accused her of being.
And you all have discussed that extensively.
We
The
have.
fact
Yeah.
that she doesn't need to do it for her family. So.
Yeah.
But there is also a Porte mage on the Sapphire Dawn who Nanette has been hanging out with on a regular basis.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And there's the one for
Ace
the count.
would wait in case we needed to have a discussion, and she would then tell the crew that she or tell her friends,
Oh yeah.
her friends and her acquaintance that they're that she's gonna go
Oh.
stay in town.
Andreas would.
Well, y'all might want to have a.
Yeah,
group-
we'll have
a
a
group
group
thing
a group
before.
confab.
Andreas will come up. Probably had some packages delivered to the ship prior to, with a small handful of paperwork. No, not for you. Yeah, no. It's
thank you. I'm already very tired and I have a growing headache, and Ace was being weird, and this is just.
This is our letter of marque paperwork.
What was I being weird?
They're giving
Yeah.
us out?
Yes, I have to make our case. But making one for Silent, that we're hunting Silent Death, who has attacked these waters many times. We can add to it. Means there's a good chance that at least the crown will support it, if not also give us some money. Also, if anyone's interested, I was invited to dinner with my cousin at it's just over there, and he points to where the offices are, for a good home cooked meal with my cousin, his wife, and their 2 daughters.
That sounds lovely. Did you see any wanted posters with my face predominantly and very poorly? Oh well.
No, you're mostly wanted by the Vaticine Church, and the Vaticine Church has less than nothing of a toehold here.
I wasn't sure if Villanova was going to be retaliatory, so this is probably safe.
In our business dealings, whenever he's wanted to be retaliatory, it's never been that direct. Just undercutting
I prefer
us.
that. Honesty, I much prefer that.
More like undercutting us massively to cut into our profit margins, where he felt like we screwed him.
Right. Well,
Does she fan herself at that?
You know, it's delightfully wicked. I've done the same thing. It's what you do in the business world. But no, it's
Oh no, mother and
that's
grandma.
nice. That's very reassuring.
Mother, my sister, and grandmama have sparred with him financially a few times.
How old are your cousin's children? You said
Teenagers. They're teenagers.
like mid to late teenagers or young teenagers?
Mid to late, like 16, 18.
Okay,
They won't want to hang out with Pip and Squeak then.
I will not. Yeah, I will not burden them with the boys. Except
Yeah,
keeping
they are a little bit. They're older teenagers. They have. Wait, he's my age, and he has daughters that are 16 and 18. I'm only 25.
Got
So
started
he's
young, my
probably a
friend.
few years older than you, but it's still happened. He could be 30.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, that math does not work out.
Adopted.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Oh.
Jeez.
But-
Or they could have been children
Jurassic
from a
Park.
different marriage. There's a
Oh,
lot.
Yeah,
of
they could have been hers from before.
That's true. Sorry, I was like, wait, what? But yeah, no, and it'll be a nice meal. They're breaking out the big table, and we'll be in the family dining room. So if you're interested in a nice home cooked meal, want to get away from the ship, and even maybe thank them in person for helping us out with the family discount.
Fine. That sounds lovely. Do want to get out into the town, though. It's been so long that I've been able to get out and about.
It is a quite lovely town. There's several shops.
It's
that
not in the dead of night, covered in blood, I guess, is what you mean.
Well, I mean,
The bath. I mean, also about the whole. Speaking of covered in blood, the bathhouses are open 24 hours.
Sure.
So if you would like
like a
a
lovely
nice,
time.
if you would like a nice soak in the evening after the meal, I don't think anybody would fault you that.
when are we supposed to go over there, or when is this?
I think we need to be over there in about an hour or so.
Yeah, it's probably like mid, yeah.
Do we have anything else we need to discuss? I don't mind going, but I do need to run an errand before.
Just say I'm filling. I was filling out paperwork for the letter of marque. I need to make my case. Other than that, I have nothing.
Did you do anything exciting today, Gianni?
Oh, yeah, I actually want to talk to you about several things. Sorry.
So I was waiting for John to chime in.
I was just listening to everything
Lay it
else.
on us, John.
Okay, first and foremost, do you remember Castillo from Utrecht? Also turned out to be the one that called in the reward.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, yes.
yeah, I remember him.
He's here. He's
Where would you say he's staying?
well. Let's come around to that in a moment. He is staying here in town. He is acting as a information gatherer for a silent death.
Wonderful, wonderful.
He's also got very questionable morals.
So do we.
I was wondering if we would like to feed him false information to give to silent death.
Would he believe that from us, or are we paying him? Is he going to be on a payroll now as well?
You
I'm
didn't
a-
offer him a coin.
I'm trying to turn over a new leaf, and I'm afraid if I see him, I might hurt him. So, whatever you all decide with that, it's fine. I think, Captain, if it's all right, if I could get your leave, I would like to stay in town while we're
Of course, anyone that wants to stay in town can, especially since the repairs are going to be happening on the ship. I think you said overnight as well. So if people would like to stay off the ship, I'm more than
They're working
Right.
overtime.
so.
Two things on this though. I mean, I will also say, Ace,
here. Yes.
he did tell me that our equipment, that it is on, or silent death likely has it, or that
Our equipment.
Dubois has it.
Our equipment.
The stuff that we left behind in Castile. Which gives me hope that we might be able to get
Did
it
you
back.
just? Wonderful. Dubois has a lot of things that I thought were important. No, I was like, well, if they want him that bad, they can fucking have him. If it's all the same, good night.
Okay.
I will talk to you all tomorrow.
All right.
Captain, I trust you to make the right decision for whatever needs to be made. If you need me, send somebody. I'll make sure that I let you know where I am.
Of course. Have a good evening.
Captain, Gianni, Nanette.
Have a pleasant time.
Last bit of information. So it turns out there is a little Vadachi kid. And
Yeah. It's been here for years.
Vast majority of the community serves, uh, the merchant prince in the house of Villanova. I would like to. I have found out where their main office is, and I would like to break into it tonight.
Carry on then.
Yeah, it is your wheelhouse.
Yeah, but I
Don't
wasn't
get caught.
trying to do much better about this sort of thing.
I mean, is your intention to rob him blind, get a new hat, find a map, or information?
Everything that I can as far as information, and
Oh, there's so much we can do with that, though. It probably has all of their trade agreements, all sorts of negotiations. The, the damage we can wrought with this.
then I was almost tempted to burn the building down. I know. I'm trying. I'm trying.
Um,
Might be a little too obvious. I'm not there, but it might be a little too
I know Andreas is already there. There before with you. I think I would rather no one know that you were there.
But if I
That
did, things people will know I was there.
It's very likely he has some sort of what I don't want to call it like a security system like Silent Death had on his ship, but maybe there's something similar in place there. They might know if you're there one way or another. But if you take a bunch of documents, maybe they won't think too much of it, as opposed to you burning it down. It's what we
yes,
can do with the information later that will be. Oh, yeah.
paperwork can be
I
lost.
will remind you, you have that bee too, that Serenith artifact. I don't know if you're going to use it or not. I'm just pointing because I know sometimes I forget what my characters have at their disposal sometimes. So I just wanted to point out that that's available. I mean, Gianni can totally just do it old school if he wants to. I was just pointing that at that there is that there.
Gianni, would you have requested to have the dagger with you so you could work on it?
Uh, I might not have requested it, but probably was thinking I had it. But,
Oh, you did not have it. I distinctly remember you giving it to me.
okay.
Fine.
Paperwork has been known to potentially get lost. We could even possibly make some notes, but I do not think we should burn the building to the ground. As much as Giovanni has been a thorn in my family's side as a trading business,
And they know we've docked here. And they know that the ship is registered to the Kairos Trading Company. If anything were
I
to go terribly wrong, it would put the family into a negative light. Giovanni has a lot of money to throw around.
Okay, that's fair.
as I said, I'd rather not bring anything down on my family's head.
That is the answer, and that is why I did not do it already.
But if you knew what to steal.
Well, look,
This
there
this
is a
might
way
be a
that
great
you can
opportunity.
come along with me. I have a device. I've only used it a few times.
We all know about the bee.
Yeah, B then.
That sounds awfully dangerous, but you know what? We can't just live our life in constant fear. And this way I will be able to at least help you choose what might be best to steal.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Okay.
then that night we'll plan to go break in.
It's a heist.
Yay!
For
All
dinner?
right, woo! All right, and dinner. Yeah, okay. So let me just clarify what everybody's going to be doing. There's the dinner, the family dinner that night. So I assume is Ace going, or did she just
I
go,
will.
like,
Yeah,
straight
she's
to
gonna
the-
go get a room and unload her stuff, and then she'll be there
Okay.
in something new. She'll
All right.
be respectful.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All All right. So then after the dinner later on, Andreas and Nanette plan to go ahead and try
Gianni
to.
and Nanette.
Well, we're gonna go to the
Gianni.
dinner first because we are good guests.
Mm-hmm.
I think she was hand waving the dinner to figure out where you guys were going to go after.
Oh, then yes,
Yeah,
then
yeah,
we will
yeah.
commit some light B&E.
Mm-hmm. And then I assume after dinner, Ace would go back to her room. I guess. I mean, what the plan? I'm just kind of get like what
Yeah,
everybody's imagining.
Ace
Character would be
doesn't
doing
know
while there.
about. I mean, if she's told about the breaking and entering, she would just tell Gianni to be very, very, very careful and be of the mind that if there are too many people going to do it, it's going to start drawing attention, and it would be best to not have all four of us be seen in the area when there's a heist. And so
Mm-hmm.
she will assume that you both know what you're doing and leave you to it. And yeah, she's gonna go back to the room and
All right.
sleep off the day.
All right. I just
Andreas,
kind of want to know what the plan is, and what
uh,
is Andreas doing?
Andreas will probably watch over Nanette's body. What they'll probably do
Oh,
is
okay, cool.
get a private room in the bathhouse,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
that way Nanette can not only have a soak, but also be
I'll
doing
soak
some light B and
after
E.
the break the light B&E. I don't feel comfortable passing out in a bathtub.
All right.
That's a bad night,
Okay, cool.
friends.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, see what everybody was planning, like where they were planning to be. All right. So, everybody goes to Andres's cousin's house for dinner. Along the way, you actually see sitting outside, you do catch a glimpse of Charles and Thomas at a restaurant sitting next to each other. Yeah, not like across from each other, but literally like next to each other. Pretty close. Very chaste, but close as you walk by.
The room
Sitting
for the
outside.
Holy Spirit.
The room for the Holy Spirit.
The room for the Davis.
Davis will make room if there isn't. um, yeah, and the dinner, nieces. I mean, they're teenage girls. Family seems nice enough. It is traditional Sarmatian. It's like very basic Sarmatian food. What would that? What do you think that would consist of? What would your cousin serve,
So there
Andreas?
would
What do you?
be pierogies. Everything would have now. This would be probably a treat for Nanette because while there is just a plethora of flavor, there's also a plethora of textures when it comes to the food because we are in between both the crescent as well as like Thea itself, the other nations. So our dishes and spices tend to be like all different types of like mixtures of textures and stuff. So while everyone else is Andreas is just loving the flavors
This is
of like
delicious, Andreas.
it's but like everyone else is dealing with just like the roller coaster of like mixed flavors and stuff, which includes like meat, potatoes, stews, pierogies.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, no, it's a hearty people.
There's lots of like paintings of like family and stuff like that around. I mean, as a parent, Andreas has a huge family. Between cousins and brothers and sisters, there's just pictures of all these family members, little paintings of all
Andreas
these
is
family
like
members.
pointing to them and
Yeah.
when he can and like going, that's my older sister, that's my younger brother, that's my younger sister.
Yeah, there's even a nice big portrait of Grandmama over the fire.
Oh my god, who looks like Helen Mirren.
Yeah, Helen Mirren.
So yeah. And she's there with Grandpapa, who looks like Christopher Plummer.
Mm-hmm.
Older Christopher Plummer, not younger. So yeah.
In very broken Sarmatian, and that says something like, "You have very successful loins in your family."
Nice.
I feel like the girls giggle. They can't help it.
Yeah. Because it's such broken formation. It's just like
She's just learning. She's like, and learning it on a pirate, like a pirate ship is probably not the best. So
she's not learning the cleanest words.
She's learning them from Andreas. Andreas is using.
If at any point Andreas gets up from the table, Ace will excuse herself and follow.
Sure, he'd probably help. He'd probably help with like the cleaning up of the dishes, like that kind of
Oh,
stuff.
please, let me help as well. I would
Of course.
hate such good food. I ate so much. Let me at least work off my treats.
Yeah, this seems to please his cousin and his wife. That
I
you
don't-
seem pleased by that.
Yes, please go do our dishes. Yes, thank you. And yeah, so once Andreas and I are alone in a room, I'll be like, let's get to cleaning. And as I'm cleaning, I'm like, do you know that Net is still marked by Dubois? Scrub.
Over the table, did you ever tell? You had not told Andreas that during all the other secret reveals, had you?
No.
had not
Yeah,
been
she just
a
found-
thing.
I had to remember which secrets I know and which I don't.
Yeah,
You just know the body
Gianni
count secret.
knows.
Well, and
Gianni knows, but
Yeah.
I can't put
Andreas
all my
and
secrets in
Ace
one
do
place,
not.
y'all.
I was unaware of that.
I'll be honest, I don't know that it's him. I just don't. I don't see a reason for it to be Mom's mage. And Thomas doesn't need to, her parents don't need to. She's speaking very quietly, and if she starts to get louder, she like turns water on heavier,
Yeah.
splashes and
Like,
clicks.
why
and
would
things.
she have done it
I'm-
if it were
I'm
like
legitimately
the other
cleaning.
mages, right? Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there are
Yeah.
other mages, but the thing is, Andreas, I think we need to be careful. And she has not done anything openly that makes her untrustworthy, but I get the feeling that she might be. There's something going on that I don't know about, and I don't need to, but I think we need to be careful. There's a lot of people on that ship. And if she turns, I don't know how they did it, but I've been through one ship being sunk because somebody trusted that man. And if it is him, I can't trust her because she doesn't trust me. And I don't think she trusts any of us. I don't know a whole lot about Porte, but what little I've picked up, she knows it's there.
Andreas will like be quietly drying, like doing the rinse and the dry
Mhm.
portion. And in
Vesson?
Marsh,
Avalonian?
Avalonian,
Mhm.
specifically, he'll go directly to the Highland Marshes dialect.
Okay.
I don't think she'll do anything to harm this ship or the people on it,
Knowingly.
knowingly. But I do know this. If I have to, I can probably stop her. But I don't want to. By that I means I don't want to be forced to.
Davis over there goes, well, I could certainly help with that.
What do you think
I mean, I could find out who Mark it is. No need for all this mystery.
But
Well,
All you have to do is
Give-
ask.
you know,
But-
he makes a good point. There really isn't a whole lot of need for mystery, and I guess I could just ask her whose it is. But
you could, yeah. And
Well, that's not what I meant.
well, I'm not using you. But
What happens at ladies' night stays at ladies' night. Ugh.
again, it is concerning. to-
Davis, you too, you bitch.
concerning to me that she is not telling anyone and letting it put all of us in danger. And if that's not what she's doing, then why the fuck won't she say? She keeps more secrets than any of us on this ship. We all have them, but I'm really doing my goddamn best to not with you anymore. We do not see eye to eye on a lot of things. But you are my captain, and I trust you. And I'm afraid that... Captain... I don't want to, but I'll go to the Dawn. I don't know if I can be on a ship with somebody that is that potentially willing to just let us all die.
will you let me talk to her?
You're gonna have
Okay.
to, because I really don't want to. We
I
just started
understand.
talking again, and I don't have it in me to be angry anymore with her.
All right, you know, we've all made some mistakes in this journey. But how about let me talk to her, and let's for the moment give her the benefit of the doubt.
Okay,
I mean,
I will for you.
he has helped her in the past, and that might
know.
have been she might have been keeping a hold of it as a lifeline for someone who might be able to help her again.
And that's fine. I just... What are we here for? You know? But, please, as I finish the dishes, I'll say, please let your cousin and his family know how much I appreciated this.
Oh, of course.
But I can't go back out there. So I'm
I
going to go
understand.
ahead. I'm staying at... And I rattle off the name of some inn in town.
Mhm.
It's a fantastic inn. We've stayed there several times.
Yeah. It seems nice. It's on the higher end, but
It's comfy. Yeah, I mean, it's totally comfy. Yeah.
In the morning, lindenberry jam. Get
Okay.
it on your bread. Trust me, they have the best in town.
okay, I will do so. But
Just trust me on
anyway,
this.
if you need me, send word for me there.
Of course. You know what? You get a good night's sleep. Maybe in the morning, come to the ship a little later. Get a good soak
I'll
at the
come around
bathhouse.
for. Oh yeah, I'll come around for our. I'll come around for our normal lunchtime meeting.
Okay. But Ace, take care of yourself.
Yeah, you too.
To reset. Okay.
I'm not the one who's got to look out for my back.
Mm,
Have a good night.
awesome.
And Andreas
Okay,
will step back in, inform them that Ace was feeling tired, and politely excused herself.
Mhm.
She'd had a very long
that's
day with the boys.
He's gonna miss dessert. Your cousin's wife says.
She's going to get the jam at the end tomorrow morning. That's where she's staying. Yeah, no. She's making up for it.
I'm staying at the Lingonberries and Twigs.
Lingonberries and twigs.
They're that
There you
famous
go.
for it that they
Lingonberries
literally
and
named the inn
twigs.
off of it. After it.
Lingonberries.
Lingam, and it looks like
Mine has lingonberries.
it
on
looks like
yeah.
yeah, it looks like a an artisanal penis on the sign. The
We just call it
lingonberries.
phallic.
I prefer artisanal penis. I don't know about the rest of you,
Oh my gosh.
but yeah, it's a twig and berries on the on the
Right.
side,
Nice.
and that's where he stays.
I will come back to Ace.
Okay.
All right. Rest of you, unless there's any, you make small talk with your cousin, wife, the nieces. I mean, they're a wholesome family. I mean, they're just working family. He works at the shipping company, and they got the two girls in school and all that, It's very much not what you guys have been into for the past little while in terms of, you know, people you've hung out with. It's actually a very domestic and homey scene. So, yeah, yeah. So, I assume eventually, I mean, there's dessert and coffee, or you know, an after dinner drink or whatever.
We have crescent coffee.
Yeah.
We have the good stuff.
Yeah. And all of that, and I assume you all eventually say your good nights. Your cousin tells you not to be such a stranger. He'll see you at the next reunion. Blah 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 blah.
He gets informed that I'll definitely see him again before I leave. Yeah, no, we're gonna be in town. We're gonna be in town a few days. We'll definitely have to swing by at least once more, or at least I will be.
Of course, anytime. Just let us know. Yeah, cool. All right, so Ace is going back to the. You three are heading to Little Vodachi, I guess. After. Yes.
I know. I know Gianni is, I believe, Ace, or not Ace, Ninette and Andreas are finding a place to effectively hole up.
Cool. It would probably work best if it was a place relatively close by in Little Vodachi itself, if you're gonna hold up and use the bee. Probably be the best thing, but that's just how the bee works. So, you know. Yeah, so are you guys gonna get like a room? Are you gonna find like an alleyway to duck by, or what are we doing?
Is
Be a
there
room?
Hold on. Is there a red bathhouse?
Yeah, I mean, you have the red and blue. I mean, yeah, I mean, you can find some.
Andreas goes, we should go in here. They have private bathrooms, bathing rooms.
Wouldn't be the first time you've seen me naked, so let's go in. Get this done.
Andreas will guide her in, nod to whatever attendant there is, grab extra towels, and go to a private room where he can then lock the door.
Yeah. These are for you know,
couples.
Water sensual activities. So yeah, that's what's happening.
How do I know how to use the bee?
You just put the ring on.
Oh, huh.
I talked extensively about
you...
flying around in the bee and how fucking cool it was.
Yeah.
That part is very true.
So Gianni, are you three gonna confer before they go off to like the red bathhouse beforehand? I guess.
I don't even know what to confer about.
Basically, I think you do it. My idea would be that the bee meets you outside.
Cool.
Sounds smart. Yep.
Okay, so you're in the red bathhouses, and it looks pretty much just like the ones that you had seen in Puerto del Sur. You know, but it's more luxurious, and it has a much more romantic atmosphere. There's kind of scented stuff in the air, and the lights are low and all that stuff, you know. Nice smelling oils and things like that. Well, both scented and non. I mean, you know, whatever. And, you know, just supplies. All sorts of stuff. But it has a very distinctive romantic air to it in this red bathhouse. And you guys can, I mean, there's room to be out of the water if you guys don't even want to get in the water.
Oh, Andreas doesn't. Andreas basically just removes his boots and socks and then just leans up against, like, sits down on a bench and leans against the wall. Waiting.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
I trust you both. And, slip the ring on.
Yeah. You slip the ring on, and you all of a sudden, like, everything is so much bigger than initially. It's just really, really, you know, you are tiny, and you are able to fly around and you see Andreas there with his feet, and in the laying back, and you see your body, sitting there. I assume Nanette is just kind of out in the water in her clothes, sitting on the bench or whatever.
Yeah, she's
I
probably
assume. Yeah.
in a meditative sitting pose, just kind of
Yeah.
looking like she's enjoying the humidity.
Yeah. Luna had brought you back some clothes earlier, and she picked
She's
out
a
like
saint.
a nice. Yeah, she had brought you like this nice green because she thought like it would go good with your eyes. So she bought you like a nice green dress and a couple other things, a few more practical type clothes, pants, and she didn't know what you would be doing, so she was like,
Oh, we're gonna have
in
to have a
case you have
talk.
to- well, you never know. I mean, so she did bring you dresses, but she also brought you that just in case, with disguise, or if you're gonna be climbing stuff or whatever. But so yeah, she did have bring back some clothes if Nanette wanted to like have that, wearing that, and all cleaned up and everything.
Doesn't
So
even
yeah,
look
so
half
you,
bad.
yeah,
A bee.
so you're going. Yeah, you're a bee. You definitely see that you can go out. There's like a vent, and you can, get out through there. And now you're out, and you see all these bathhouses, red, and then you see some blue ones. They're kind of in the middle. They're supposed to be accessible, so they're kind of in a very accessible place in town, so people can have, that nobody has to go too far to get to them. You hear people in there splashing, bits of conversation, things like that. You can see more now than you did, like way more colors and stuff that you did before. Everything's a lot brighter.
I mean, she's gonna make a beeline to Gianni, but it's obligatory has to fly around, experience the freest of freedoms, because it's the best.
It is
But then eventually
Yeah.
tries to find Gianni at the meeting place and lands on his shoulder with a little
Yeah.
butt wiggle.
Yeah, a little butt wiggle. Gianni probably. Where's Gianni hanging out? How's he hanging out?
Probably just in an alley nearby.
Okay.
Literally.
Yeah. Eventually, you see people walking by, all that, and eventually a little golden bee lands on your shoulder. Does a little bee wiggle, a little bee buzz.
All right. Let's go do this.
Yeah, you can carry Nanette as bee Nanette all the way. So you're now in walk Little Vodachi. No one takes real notice of you. I mean, you look Vodachi, generic Vodachi, because you took the disguise, so you're not being, just whatever. There are some people out. There's a couple Vodachi places that are serving liquor and stuff that are still open. You hear Vodachi all over. It's evening in Little Vodachi, so you see late night trattorias and things like wineries, things like that are open. You eventually get down into Little Vodachi takes up about 3 or 4 blocks of area in this town. It's not a huge town. But you do end up finding Villanova is like the office, the House of Villanova, and all of that there. Merchant, Villanova family merchants, etc. It has a front that looks like it has a desk in there and stuff like that, like a window, big windows to look in the front, and with the gold writing on it, House of Villanova Merchant Limited or whatever. And there is, of course, alleyways around. It looks all dark. There are a bunch of other businesses around. Most of them look closed. You see a couple lights on above that could be people who live above their shops or apartments or other things. But it's pretty quiet in this part of town, because this is not where, in this block, because there's not, the open late businesses here. So, there you go.
I turn on the site as I approach the building
Mm-hmm.
and start, casing the joint first. Does it look like we've got a lot of people?
No, no, there's not a lot of people. You see a few threads around, but it seems pretty quiet.
Excellent. All right. Making my way, trying to find a place to break in.
Mm-hmm.
So
Cool.
probably second floor job, but
Cool. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely windows up there. There's like a back door for, deliveries or whatever. So you can take your pick. They have like fire escapes and things like that. So, it's definitely not having to parkour a lot because this is a very, it's a town. So there's lots of brick and staircases and things.
Doesn't mean you
so-
shouldn't.
Yeah, doesn't mean you shouldn't, but I'm just saying it's not necessary in this case. So where's he? Is he gonna choose like a door on the first floor? Or is he gonna go up to like a window on the second or a second floor?
window on the second floor, just because a little less obvious for people coming along, seeing either a door open or seeing somebody trying to get in.
Yeah. Cool. All right, so let's go ahead and roll. Because it is a little, I mean, the fire escape goes up to the roof, but you're going to have to do a little bit of acrobatics to get to the window, and then a little bit to hang on while you open it. So, let's go ahead and do your finesse and athletics.
Got it.
You will need, I'm going to say three passes,
No problem.
3 raises.
BNet is going to try and help, but it's mostly just like buzzing, very unhelpfully.
Still fun, though.
Buzz.
BNet.
BNet.
All right, 3 with no leftover.
All right, perfect. Yeah, so you go up the fire escape a little bit, the little stairs that are going up to the roof, hop on over, are there clinging to the window while you jimmy it open, and get inside. It's a quite a little ride for BNet there over there, just on the shoulder, just watching Gianni work, for sure. Oh yeah, so now you're in top floor of this building. Looks like it's kind of an open place. Looks like people have desks around, maybe clerks or, the top floor, there's just desks around. It's a big open place. But there are like offices kind of like around the outside where, probably maybe the managers or whoever, resides and stuff.
All right, let's start finding the most expensive looking office. So I do read Kodachi, so if one says,
Yeah.
especially
There's
if
definitely-
CEO's office.
Yeah, there's definitely one office that's in the corner, of course, looks bigger than the others, and it has, person's name on it, and it says manager, manager along it on the writing and everything like that.
I'm betting this is it. Let's go ahead and I'm gonna check it, make sure there's nothing unusual about it, like it's locked
Cool.
or anything else.
Yeah, go ahead. So you're gonna try to check it and try to break into the door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll do finesse and theft then.
All right.
3 again.
Oh, yeah. I forgot I could have done that.
Stop forgetting stuff.
I know.
Don't forget your bonus dice
that's
and
it.
rerolls.
4 total.
All your advantages,
4.
and talents.
Perfect. So, all right. So you not only get in, but the opportunity you get is that you have done it enough that if you choose to do so, that it will definitely look like it hasn't been messed with, the door, because you got 4. So, yeah. So now you're in this office. It looks like a typical manager's office. Desk, cabinets for paperwork, all of that stuff. Pencils, papers, all of that.
I check each drawer, but I also do it with a somewhat longer device. I'll probably actually use one of my lock picks and pull open the drawer with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll whisper to the bee. It is not common, but it is not unusual for the Vodachi to employ poisoned needles on drawers.
Indeed. Biz.
Word.
Biz. Word.
I speak
True.
bee.
So true. Biz. So true. So true.
It's just business.
Just bees. God, get the fuck out of
Oh
here.
my God. God.
I'll be here all night, y'all.
You'll be here another half hour.
Oh,
and I can
well.
cut that if that
That's
continues.
server boot.
All right.
Lost opportunity to walk in and say, "Honey, I'm home."
John, now you're fired.
We're already really winging it here, so just
Oh
let's...
God damn it.
Jesus Christ.
God.
All right. I'm moving on so we can get away from this. I want everybody to make wits and notice, okay? Wits and notice. Both
May
of you,
I make
me
a
and
scholarship role instead, as someone with
Absolutely,
business
sure.
acumen?
Yeah, absolutely. Because you're kind of seeing what's important. Gianni's kind of pulling it out, and you're seeing.
And is the
if it's
paperwork in
important.
Vodachi?
It is.
Perfect.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. All right. So, 1, 2. I got a 10 on the first one, a 9 and a 1 on the second, a 5 and a 7 on the third, and a 4 and a 7 on the last one. So that's 4 successes total.
5 successes.
4?
It's 15
5.
explode.
All right, cool. Sweet. All right, so, okay. Looking around, pulling out paperwork. It becomes immediately obvious that this is a place that mostly deals with Sarmatian goods and Vodachi. So this place deals a lot with, getting local things from the Sarmatian Commonwealth and bringing them to Vodachi, and vice versa, and bringing Vodachi things over, etc., etc. It's kind of like a business embassy almost, where, there's this kind of business trade. However, you guys got a lot of notice. So what I'm going to tell you is that eventually, looking at it, it's not so much that there's one thing. Like, it's not one piece of paper that you find and you're like, aha, this is the confession or something like that. It's more like as you're looking at these business things, a pattern starts to emerge that Nanette would notice being in business, and Gianni would notice as well, being kind of in the know of how Vodachi businesses work, perhaps, or at least being well enough aware. And what it becomes apparent is that there were things coming into Little Vodachi, into the Sarmatian Commonwealth, that seemed odd. They stood out. They were buried amongst the other things. But there were also things that kind of, it'd be like one of them is that they have a whole bunch of Vodachi wine coming in, right? And along with the Vodachi wine is an extra crate. And it doesn't really say what the crate is. It just notes that there's this many crates, but the amount of wine in it is not the amount of wine you would have in that number of crates. There's a missing crate of some kind. And it's kind of like that as you keep looking through the papers, that there are kind of things and items coming in that seem like that don't add up with each other, with the amount of stuff that's coming in and the amount of stuff that's actually inventoried. Now, Gianni, go ahead and make a knowledge roll. And I'm going to give you a raise. You're going to need 4 for this. I'm going to give you a raise because you are Vodachi. So,
Okay.
and this has to do with Vodachi knowledge. So this would be a wits and scholarship, perhaps? I mean,
You can do it.
actually, You know what? No, this wouldn't. This would be theft. Because that's what this has to do with. And it's with how Vodachis do business. So go ahead and roll your wits and theft.
All right.
It's never business as usual.
All right. I got 2 10s.
Alla, I swear, I will start taking hero points away.
I get 3 successes, 4 successes with 1 left over.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So, Vodachis, especially the merchant princes, if they're planning something, this is not unusual. Like, say they're planning to start to take over a business in another country, or they're planning some kind of venture within their own country or somewhere else. It's usually an indicator that they are bringing in supplies that they will need for such endeavors, whether it be paperwork or more subtle tools, stuff for bribes, perhaps, things that they're bringing in to bribe certain people. To you, what this indicates is that Giovanni Villanova is trying to either bribe somebody in the Sarmatian Commonwealth for some reason, or is bringing in things that he needs that he doesn't want anybody to know about into the Sarmatian Commonwealth. One of those two things is the most likely case.
When was the last crate like this shipped?
2 weeks ago.
When was the crate turned over to either go someplace else?
The next day, actually. Came in and went out the next day, that
Did
shipment.
it say who it out to or who signed for it or anything?
Like a delivery address?
It did not. It basically was like these crates of, and it was some kind of Vodachi cheese and stuff like that. They were bringing in Italian cheese, and there were crates of it. And these, they said that they were taken and brought to the docks to be shipped and inventoried on the ship at the time. But it was like the next day. Go ahead and make another wits and notice roll. You only need a 2 for this, or 1 actually, because this is a really easy thing to make, but I'm gonna tell it to you.
Notice for me, I think it's a 2.
Yeah. You just need 1.
I just need 1?
Mm-hmm.
I at least got 1. Thank goodness for that.
You just heard, not a few hours ago, Rodrigo tell you that he had last seen Dubois 2 weeks ago, almost 2 weeks ago.
They're shipping supplies here for Villanova ship, or not Villanova, but Son of That's ship. I basically, all the information I just got, I conveyed to Nanette.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
And this all seems, yeah, biz, yeah, biz.
Makes sense. That's what they would do. Yeah. They have one way to get here.
how often does it seem the supplies come in?
if you go through the records back enough, the oddly numbered, the ones where the numbers don't quite match up, and it's to Nanette, go ahead and do wits and biz or scholarship or for Nanette, because she would probably notice this more than Gianni would. So I'm gonna give Nanette a chance as she's looking over these papers with Gianni.
The part she lands on, maybe. Like this. Psst, psst,
Biz, 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 biz.
using the stinger as a pointer.
Yeah.
6 raises.
Jeez.
Wow, okay. Whoever did this really did hide pretty well that what was going on. But from what you see, it was they weren't doing it often. They were trying to be very subtle about it in your mind, Nanette, because it was things coming about perhaps every month or so. A shipment like this that didn't quite add up with coming in that stands out to you. And if you go back far enough, I don't know how much time y'all are going to spend there. How say would y'all far go back in records, would you say?
We have time.
I mean, consider that there's like a file or page, like a file for every month.
I mean, we could probably go back at least a couple months, maybe a year, now that we know what we're looking for.
Yeah. After they kind of stop after a year. You start not to see those anymore.
So whatever it was happened in the last year.
Bzz, bzz.
Biz, biz. A solemn biz.
A solemn.
Very thoughtful. Bzz, bzz.
Biz, biz.
One little bee leg is tapping tapping on Beanette's cheek.
It's BNet, thank you.
Beanette.
Being it.
Apologies.
All right, I got nothing else. What's about you?
Is there anything besides the smuggling, anything else obvious that kind of stands out as, like, I don't know, a pressure point to kind of see if we can disrupt operations somehow?
Oh, so you want to try to make some trouble?
Always,
looking
Danny, but not immediately. But if we can get like an approximation of when the next shipment's coming, I suspect within the next couple of days. But sure would be a shame if something were to happen to that shipment.
It would be.
Shame.
Maybe. It's actually to you, Nanette. I mean, you got like 6, but so yeah. I mean, looking at how often they come in, you can probably take a good estimate that within the next day or two, a shipment is either arriving or being pawned off. And it does look like every time these shipments are going to the docks.
Well, we're gonna be here a few days, so time to scheme.
Mm-hmm.
And
All right.
BNet just buzzes in a circle. I think we're good.
Yeah.
Bzz, bzz. All right. Go back out the way you came in.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And I'm going to take about 4 of the ink pots on the tables, and I'm going to switch them to other people's tables.
The pettiness. You should switch their quills. It will frustrate them more.
Couldn't resist. I respect that, but at least it wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
BNet points to one of the quills. Change the quills out. It'll hurt them so much more.
The pettiness.
I did
of
forget,
supplies
one
being
thing.
taken by a coworker.
Yeah. I did forget one thing. While you're looking in the drawers, you do find a very nice Vaticine cross necklace. Looks much nicer than somebody like a manager at this like place would have, especially to Nanette's eye, who can appraise these sorts of things. This good bit of money for this, with it's small, but it's made out of real metal, and it has some jewels on it.
I checked to see if it has a hidden compartment.
It doesn't.
I have to.
Mm-hmm.
Legit.
What you suspect is considering what you've seen, is that this was probably some sort of bribe to the manager of the place. I mean, you guys got a lot of raises on this, so I don't feel bad about telling you guys this stuff. This is kind of what you both were built for, so.
One buzz ticket or two buzzes not ticket?
That's a bit of a stretch.
So two buzzes.
One buzz or two buzz?
And Bina just shakes the bee butt. Was it one buzz to not take?
It was
One
one
buzz
buzz
not
to
take.
take,
Oh, yeah.
two buzzes not to take, and
Two
you're shaking
buzzes.
your ass in response.
Well,
Buzz, buzz.
can you blame me? No. Two buzzes.
Okay.
Johnny's like, we do dance and take, okay.
Instructions in clear. Burn the place down.
Yep. Oh, I get to burn it down now. Yay.
That's what
Johnny's
that
just
means.
like, I panicked! He's there with like quills and the cross and the birdlings burning. He's like, I panicked!
But I didn't know what it meant.
And it goes back in her body. She's like, how could you misinterpret that? How did that say that?
I thought that
You
was
have
like
linguistics.
we got so much information, and that was my happy dance of how much chaos we could cause. And
Next time, go with the Hallmark moment and say it with flowers.
All right.
God damn it,
So do
All right.
you leave it then, Gianni?
I
I mean, she did buzz, but I mean, what's she gonna do? I mean, she's a bee.
She'll bitch at you later. That's what she's gonna do.
Andreas will tell you to
Not
put
me
it back.
trying to be the devil on the shoulder of my players.
I'll give you a bees of my mind. That's for...
Oh god damn
Oh
it!
my god, Ella, you're done. You're done.
I'm server muting her. Excuse me.
Oh, you
John?
did.
It's fine.
Alright, I got a friend now.
Yeah.
Alright, let's take off.
Okay.
Jump out the window like
Sorry,
Assassin's Creed.
he leaves the cross.
I'm just sleeping.
Okay. All right. Cool. It's pretty easy to get back down and make your way back to the the bathhouse, and eventually, Nanette, you buzz right back into the bathhouse. And Andreas, are you been chilling out?
I've just been
Chilling out?
chilling out. The door is locked. That way, no one can come in.
Mhm.
Privacy.
Mm-hmm. Right. Cool.
Andreas will wait for Nanette to wake up.
Which she does. I assume Gianni waits in the same place, and
Mhm.
Nanette buzzes off to her body. So you wake up. You're in the bathhouse. You're back in your body. Ring on your finger. You're good, Nanette.
Things go well.
We have a surprising amount of information.
Glad to hear it.
We'll report back to the others, I'm sure, after we're done soaking.
Yes. But unfortunately, we have a small bit of business before any soaking.
Something the matter?
Yes. Is there a reason you still have a mark from Dubois?
Still is
For the record, I did recalibrate and say that I didn't know who it was from, but that's who I thought it was.
Oh, Andreas is completely just taking a big swing.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't fuck that up.
This
I don't
one's
know.
new.
I understand it being new. Is there still a reason?
Yes.
'Cause
It's a dangerous gamble, but one I have to take. We
Please.
are outclassed and outmatched, and I'm hoping that being persona non grata in the place between is as much a hindrance to him as it is to me.
I'm all right. I know enough about Porte to be dangerous, so that means next to nothing. Ace saw it earlier. Ace now has very little trust with you because of it.
What else is new?
But what do you mean? Making him persona non grata?
No, I am persona non grata. I have not been able to use Parte in any sensible fashion, and when Tomas walked to me, he said it was a rather harrowing experience. If Monsieur Dubois is trying to bring anyone on our ship, it may not go as planned for him. And I assure you, I have taken precautions. I have requested a personal guard on the ship. In the event
You're
of
laying
any...
a trap.
Yes, as so many words, yes. Just like I suspect he has one for me.
I can understand the strategy behind that, especially with his previous dealings of coming on board the ship, which is one of the reasons that you having a mark from him is left a very bad taste in Ace's mouth, considering what happened to the Utrecht.
That is why I was not in a rush to tell her until, well, we had better opportunity to do so, and I could explain myself better. But she has a habit of throwing my mistakes in my face rather painfully, and I would have preferred to deal with this in a quiet manner. I had intended to tell you, but what you know, your Davis knows, and I suspect what your Davis knows, the place between also knows.
The Davis only
Ruins the
knows
advantage I might have.
so a little peek behind my little curtain here. If I don't say it, the Davis never knows it. They cannot read my mind.
Well, we just had this conversation, so he is aware.
We do.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I'm right here.
Yes.
Yes, and you look lovely.
Oh, thank you.
I'm pretty sure that any and all potential tea parties or I believe you called them ladies' nights, where you hang out with the Davis, will probably
course.
stop happening if the Davis opens its mouth about this.
That's assuming I care about such things.
You do. Look, I don't know what sort of deal your companion made with the place between, but one exists, and I have to walk that line carefully.
Andreas just looks, wait, at the Davis. You made a deal with the place in between?
I love the silence that just fell. Everyone just like.
I chose to limit the scope of the information I could give out in order to ensure success.
Assuming that your personal guard is coming from Leon's men?
It is,
or
yes.
folks?
Yes.
Alright. going to trust you. Though I would ask in the future that you bring these things to my attention, especially when they concern the safety of the ship. Sooner rather than later.
The safety of the crew is my utmost concern, and we need every edge we can get. I have thought it over, and it was a choice to make, and I made it. Perhaps in a moment of
Just
weakness.
be drunk at the time. But...
Okay, I was, yes.
I'm just, you know what? I'm just gonna start by asking: have you made a deal with the Davis?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Pity. That's a pity.
I know a bad deal when I see one.
Yeah.
Pardon,
wish
chérie, but you know how it is. I do enjoy
Yep.
your company, though. No
Well,
harm,
of
no
course
foul.
you do.
Yeah. They're a bit of a asshole. They can, and sometimes they do give you a good deal.
Sometimes.
I'm sorry I didn't bring it to your attention sooner. Like I said, I didn't know the scope of your Davis's entanglement with the place between.
I don't know the scope of my Davis's entanglement with the place in between.
Well, you could just ask.
Would you give the information freely, or would I owe you something?
Pretty sure he just asked. Davis was silent.
If he did, Danny did not hear it. If he
I
did
totally
ask.
asked him when I said you have a deal. You have a deal with the place in between. That was
No.
that was your just complete silence.
Yeah. No. No, I must have. Yeah, no, I must not have caught that. He says, you could just ask.
Will it
And,
cost me something?
Of course. I suppose it depends on how badly you want to know. Or not. Makes no difference to me.
As you can see, I had reason to take precautions.
Doesn't seem to be affecting your power, so. And I know you exchange favors with other Davises at times.
That I don't need to confirm or deny. You already know.
Yeah, it's in our library.
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me. I need to send off a letter. You don't get to don't get to transport this one.
They're gonna
give
read
me-
it anyway, you know this.
Oh, of course. It just means I'm sending the first.
I did what you asked me to do.
Yeah, you did. No.
They got the
this
message.
this one is this is me just updating your information for the library. Hey, I don't know if I'm going to make it through this alive, and I'll make sure that the library knows everything. So if they ever see you again, they can deal with you.
Instead of a deal, can we, for example, exchange some gifts? I have something I think you would like, and you give me the gift of information. So we can stop beating around this bush here.
What is it?
And Annette reaches into her little side satchel and pulls out a small knife. It is still covered in blood. This is my first kill. Figured you'd enjoy it.
Very well. Andreas, put it on my place.
In my cabin,
Mm-hmm. With
Andreas.
my candle.
We've got to finish the shrine out, Andreas.
grabs the picks up the dagger and puts it into his jacket.
I have no dealings with the place between. We're completely different entities.
They have something of yours then.
Oh,
I mean,
really?
perhaps that they were just teasing, but they could use your voice.
Oh, well, that's not surprising. The place between has all sorts of methods. Andreas knows my voice. Therefore, they'd be able to recreate it because it's in Andreas's memory.
PvP's got new tech. Damn.
They got dope tech. Ugh.
And that's all I can tell you. Anything else will require something else.
Well, I guess I will see you at midnight for, I don't know, braiding hair, I guess. You want.
Wonderful.
And at that, Andreas goes, thank you for telling me. I will talk to Ace tomorrow.
Mhm.
Though, the less secrets you keep, perhaps the better for crew morale.
I suppose. It's new what I am doing, and having this many friends, allies, a crew. Don't want to burden them with everything, especially not my mistakes.
I completely understand that. I'm not looking to have anyone else pay the price for my deals anymore. That's one of the reasons I haven't made one in a while. So I understand. And I won't ask you to spread the information of your deal. But again, if it affects the entire crew, please at least share it with myself, Gianni, the first maid, probably Keg as well.
Very well. We can have a discussion about it when everybody is back on the ship.
Okay. No serious stuff. I need a soak. And Andreas just starts removing his jacket.
Sweet. All right. Okay. So I assume after that, Nanette leaves. Gianni, where are y'all going? I'm looking to like wrap up. So if there's anything super important, we can do that real quick. But I am intending to get everybody to where they're going for the evening. Are you all staying on the ship? Are you getting rooms? What are y'all doing?
A nice room with like a real bed would be amazing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, if you're staying at the same really nice place I'm staying, that's
Nicer.
oh,
Oh,
I'm spending your money, babe.
I would not. You know me. I wouldn't make that awkward at all if that
Oh
were
no,
the
no,
case.
no! It needs to
Like,
be the same
no.
place. It'll
I
be
mean, it
fine.
probably is the nicest place in town.
It is the nicest place in town. It's the Lingonberry
Yeah.
Twig.
Yeah, the Lingonberry
and
Twig. So that's where you both are. So
Wait, did
Andreas-
Ace mention where she was spending the night?
To Andreas,
to
but not to
Andreas.
anybody else.
Then it is, in fact, the nuts and berries and the twigs.
And then nuts and berries.
It's all right.
Nuts and
Because the
berries.
only
Nuts
person
and-
who would know, because the only person who would know that who would also know that that Ace is staying there would be Andreas's cousin, because he specifically called out the best jam of the guy. I was like, oh yeah, you got this.
Yeah, you don't realize where that is. You just know I picked the place with the best jam in town.
Do they have a penthouse?
Oh, they
That's-
would have a top floor
Oh,
place.
yeah, that. I'm just gonna get
Oh,
that.
Andreas would probably
Alright.
go back to the ship after the soak, finish filling out the paperwork, and go to bed.
All right. On the ship. So he's
Yes.
gonna stay on the ship. Okay, Gianni, where's Gianni gonna relax for the night?
I actually don't think he's going to be relaxing.
Hmm.
Because he doesn't trust the guy that is aware that they are in town.
Uh-huh.
So more than likely, doesn't know where Ace is, but he is going to trail uh, Nanette and stay outside, probably nearby, watching over the building, pulling a
Okay.
Batman.
All right, cool. All right, so that's what everybody's doing. Andreas, you're doing your paperwork and everything when you hear like kind of a frantic knock on the door.
Come in.
The door opens and it's Charles and Thomas, and they look a little freaked out.
Oh, of course. What is the matter?
Charles goes, "We were in town and we were just hanging out and we saw this man walk by, and I swear it was Giovanni Villanova. And isn't he's the one that was Silent Death, right? He like had this cloak on and everything, but I swear I gotta look at his face, and I swear that's who it was." And with that, we're gonna end for the evening.
Yes.
All right. So
All right.
come back next week, everybody. And until then, do you guys have any announcements?
I think the channel's silent until next Tuesday. Or
Okay.
Nope.
yeah, yep, it's silent. Do you have a game on Saturday?
Yeah, we have.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yep, Court of Blades with Stevie in the GM seat on Saturday. And I'll go ahead and announce that next month, on the 8th, we will be doing a charity stream event for the Independent Game Designers Network, the IGDN,
For their diversity fund or whatever.
for their diversity scholarship. So please be sure to come out for that.
Those are really good folks.
Okay.
I got to meet them at actually across from them at Gen Con. They're great folk.
Yeah, and Stevie's cool. So,
Cool.
yeah, definitely hang out for that. So, okay, until then, everybody, I wish you fair winds and following seas. See you next week.
Night, everybody.